Hey guys, coming in a bit early because we got ourselves a game. It is 1-1, but I still think that's a bit exciting. And just to witness some Zerg, before they potentially get eliminated, as we don't get Zerg very often in the open cups. So, I haven't done any warm-ups or anything. This will be it. On the bottom right it is Shin, top left it is Skillis. Shin obviously just going for the third hatch right off the bat, but yeah, we haven't gotten a lot of Zerg. Last week, did we cast a Zerg last week? I'm not sure we did. I don't think we did. Certainly the only games that I uploaded ended up being TVP, and then there was a PvP, and then I don't know if there was a Zerg. So yeah, they still remain quite rare in these open cups, but maybe a little less rare today because we have Shin and Raynor playing. Maybe some of them are also in the lower bracket, but not that I would really recognize or have a lot of faith that they'd get to, for instance, the upper bracket finals. But Shin and Raynor obviously very likely to do so. They are facing the likes of Max Packs and beyond, though, and that's always difficult to do. No Clem. I mean, obviously there was the Macers of the game on Saturday, and I'm sure quite the after party as well. Not that many of them have to travel very far, so we already have some of the ones who were there, like Raynor, still playing today. But anyway, I think Clem has taken a bit of a break. I guess that's the right word, isn't it? Bit of a break from the open cups. A little bit too much of the versus Max Packs, perhaps. Anyway, there have been some similar looking, shall we say, open cups. But hopefully the Zergs do well. So, I mean, I don't really want to be cheering against Skillis, but I suppose if I am thinking about Zergs actually being in the later parts of the tournament, well, maybe I kind of am. We do have a couple of lings getting across the map. A couple of lings hiding. I mean, 6 in total were made. I don't know what they're hiding for. To check in on the third, I suppose. Catch the probe if it actually goes out this quickly. I suppose could be coming out kind of soon. Or just hiding? I mean, the Adepts, basically... I mean, I wouldn't say exactly got baited, because Skillis does seem very aware of the possibility. How did 2 drones go down? Wait a minute. What? Did drones go across the map? Did I just totally miss that? Or did he... I mean, there are 3 Adepts out in the map now, but no, I don't know. I don't know, but only 1 probe has gone down. As I was saying, Skillis, I mean, he sent 1 Adept over to the right side, but then did actually have the wall, and then maybe one of the other Adepts did go across the map to get 2 Adepts, 2 drone kills before shading back. That is possible, I suppose. And I just completely missed it. But Oracle is now very typical stuff for PvZ, isn't it? We're still in a Stargate meta, I guess. I mean, the Adepts don't come out and Resident Glaives and whatnot, but I don't think PvZ as a meta has changed all that much, despite the patch, which might be getting a patch again. By the way, there's been some hullabaloo over on the NA server where they had to update, but then the update was reverted, and now my suspicion is that they meant to put it on the PTR, and then they pressed the wrong button, basically, and so that means we are going to get a patch once again mid-Monday tournament, as we did last week as well, which, I mean, is actually kind of fun. But we just have no idea because they don't communicate. They do the thing, and then they communicate, which, I mean, if they did it somewhat simultaneously, it would be not a big deal, but they don't do it simultaneously at all. Managed to actually save most of the Adepts. Only 1 went down to a fairly big ling swell right there. 17 lings have gone down in total. I mean, 2 more Adepts theoretically should have died, being as low as they are, but not to be the case. So Skillis, I think, appreciating that trade. Still 2 Oracles. Did not go up to a third. Got the Twilight Council, a couple of Gateways. No Forge. So getting that Twilight Council, I mean, a little bit faster with some alternatives. Also getting the Gateways right now could provide some frontal pressure with the Stalkers. But I'm not seeing any Pylon or Proxy Gateways, although still no Forge. And I kind of wonder if that is a possibility. It is a possibility. Well, there you go. A forward Pylon to continue with the Blink Stalker aggression. If you're not going to get a forward, you're not really setting yourself up for the best possible, let's say, mid-game. So you've got to be doing something a little bit earlier, and I guess that's what this is. 5 drones, by the way, have gone down, with the Adepts harassing the Oracle swooping on in. And the Adepts, again, safely being able to retreat. No, they did end up dying, so that was what the trade was. And then at the end of the day, 4 Adepts for 5 drones. I mean, yeah. Especially because they maybe could have been used as a distraction later on, but it was a decision Skillus made. Was able to build up Stalkers for the Lings to get a counterattack. But now also I feel like the Adept Oracle pressure was also kind of keeping Shin a little preoccupied. And now maybe not as much. Maybe the Lings will actually see the Stalkers moving across the map. And there's a reason I said maybe, because apparently that is not going to be the case. The Lings do pull back, didn't want to be harried perhaps by the Oracles that were coming back home. Knew that the Stalker count was going to increase and chase after them, but yeah, that's a bit of a missed opportunity perhaps. Obviously with a proxy gateway, almost guaranteed to be up and running at this point since the Oracles can protect it. Him scouting the Stalkers moving across the map or not, in this case, probably did not make the difference anyway. Yeah, this going entirely unscouted is problematic. These Oracles are also very full on energy, so they'll be helpful for a while yet if they don't die to a Spore Crawler. Queen's been pulled to the front. Lings are made, but Hydras are just now on the way. And this could be a perfect opportunity for Skillus. He's coming in about as cleanly and quickly as possible with the Stalker attack, microing them very calmly because there really wasn't that much pressure against them, so he's able to really quite be perfect here. The Hydras pop out, but into their death. Some Lings on the backside do manage to catch a lot of Stalkers that were weakened and blinking backwards trying to save themselves, so that's the good news. The bad news is that Proxy Gateway is still up. 8 gateways, no Forge, quite dedicated from Skillus, but absolutely going to be taking down this 4th hatch, and possibly even winning the game. Shin is going to be on Ling Hydra now, although also supply blocked. You also have +1 missile in just a couple of seconds. All scary things potentially, but the question is, can Shin get enough, that critical mass of Ling Hydra to actually push back the Stalkers? So far, with a little bit of the high ground working, a little bit of the choke not working in Skillus' favor, that concave of Hydra's Queen ended up being good enough. Again, with that +1 missile having kicked in as well. And this is where things will get interesting, because Skillus gets a 4th base, but is not able to actually do any damage on the 3rd. Certainly isn't going to win the game at this point. You know, then the question is, did they do enough damage to effectively be game winning? I don't think I go that far. Do they do enough damage to say I have a lead? Maybe. And I'm not quite sure that's even the case. Just because this 4th hatch, or the 5th hatch, is actually up and running. There was a stop in drone production as Shin furiously tried to defend. 9 more drones go down on top of that stinted drone production. Well, these Oracles are adding in some incredible additional damage. That Spore Crawler moving to try and track them. Unfortunately, had to move too often, so 11 drones go down. A Queen goes down. The Stalkers were even a little bit distracting on the right side while that was happening. Beautiful follow-up maneuver that I feel like if I was a little hesitant to call, you know, a significant lead for Skillus beforehand, I'm going to call it now. I think that was absolutely the gut punch. The 4th hatchery going down, something lighter than a gut punch actually, but with the 4th hatch going down plus all the damage on the 3rd, yeah, I think that's turned into quite the blow to Shin. Skillus still has a couple of his own problems. 4th base only just begun. Had to prioritize a couple other things. We're going for that 4th base. Had to go for double Forge. Had to go for Storm. Decided to go for all the simulators. And that is to survive perhaps this incoming counterattack. Shin realizing there is a significant lack of AoE on the side of the Protoss. The Storm is not yet even halfway done. He doesn't know that, however, so it will be very scary moving into High Templars that are just waiting theoretically with Storm. Breaking to the natural as well, depowering a gateway, trying to really cause as much chaos as possible. Stalkers now forced to take a battle against the Roachman Hydras on his own high ground. Time X-Core goes down, so no more Stalkers, only Zealots without charge being able to be warped in here. Still no Storm as well. 25 more seconds on that one. 22 Proofs go down. Oracles have gone down. Stalkers barely living against the onslaught here as the rest of Shin's army digs into the natural. It looks like Skillus is just a little bit too late, actually transitioning over into that Storm. Storm would have made an incredible difference. Now, it might be too little, too late. Skillus had half the supply of his opponent. He is down a natural, so he's back to 3 base at best. His upgrades are still not done. The Storms are now depleted, and this looks like it is going to be Shin's game to win. If Shin had not struck at that time, had waited an extra 30 seconds because wanted that last round of roaches out, wanted to make, I don't know, he wouldn't have made Ravagers, but if there were any reason that was 30 seconds later, Storm is available when Skilla still has a large stalker army. He might have still been pushed down to his own low ground, and that's still less than ideal, because Storm wouldn't have ever been that quick, I think. But it still would have been a much more contentious battle if, 30 plus stalkers had Storm helping them, as opposed to having that when they were down to 10 stalkers. But Shin is going to be able to do that. Unfortunately, that does mean that Skillis ends up losing the overall match, because again, that was game 3. Which I had also temporarily forgotten about. So Shin moves on to face the winner of Max Packs versus Hearthstone. Which apparently is still not done. Hearthstone is streaming though, so let's go check out what's happening on his stream. He's trying to attack into Max Packs. It has not worked out, and so he has to tap out. Was that game 2? Was that game 3? Who knows? I think... so that was not the end of the series, first of all. So Hearthstone Max Packs going into another game. But, so Han Mono is waiting in the lower bracket. And, like, immediately after we get out of that game 3, Shin Skillis, he's linked the lobby. Skillis Han Mono. Where is Skillis? Is he forfeit? And I'm like, bro. I think he might have predicted, Skillis losing. But you need to give the guy a break, man. Give him a minute. So the other match that was happening was also Beyond Mana. Beyond was able to 2-1. Mana got a game, though. And then Rainer Geralt is happening on Roddy's stream. And either semifinal, actually. So I'll also bring up Roddy's stream. Seems like Geralt lost game 1. Should put up text or something. What? How did that not work? Okay. Damn! I looked away for a second to do this text thing, and Hearthstone lost game 2 or 3, whatever it was. Okay, well, it's gonna be Max Pax versus Shin. The thing is, I actually am, for many reasons, more interested in casting Bjorn versus Raynor. I think the PTR changes for that is more interesting. And TVZ is a more fun matchup. I think those are two more fan favorites. I should have joined the Raynor game. Regrets. Man, I worked out legs yesterday, and I was so careful to be so light about it. Like, didn't do 3 sets of anything, only 2 sets. Did less than the amount of reps that we usually would. Did less weight. But my, what are they? My quads. My quads are so fucking weak. It's actually kind of insane. I did literally 7 lunges, just body weight. And after 5, I probably should have stopped, but it was like the 6th and 7th one. I was like, okay, I guess I can't do these because my legs were already like seizing up, I guess. It's like the best way I would put it. And, I had like a shadowy effect going on. And even though I stopped then, this is clear, but this is more dramatic. I kind of like the dramatic. Anyway, even though I stopped then, just like 2 more, right? And I was like, oh, okay, probably shouldn't do this. It still ends up with me, not being able to go downstairs more than climb stairs without some amount of like, ugh, eesh, oof. I mean, that's just insanely bad. And I think it has a lot to do with all my messed up, just hip flexors and IT band and shit. Because I could do squats, I could do deadlifts, I could do calf raises, I could do hip thrusts, all of that. Less, just to make sure I wasn't super sore, and it was fine. But I do 7 lunges, that is it. And now my legs are like, oh, what did you do? What the fuck did you do, lady? No, I don't have any ability to do leg extensions. Lunges have always been like a weak point for me, but I mean, I still could have done, 30, like 2 sets of 15 across the room, back and forth with, 10 or 15 pounds or something. But I think the worse that I take care of my body, like getting out of gym habit, getting out of stretching habit, sitting for too long, that type of stuff. I think that is like what is specifically targeted more than anything else. Yeah, it's all at home stuff. I mean, I have a bench, a Smith machine, and then that's really it. I do want to get some way of doing back extensions because I think they're really good, but we also have only a limited space. I spent like probably an hour yesterday also putting up all these posters in the gym. So the gym is like an unfinished part of the basement where a lot of people put their gym, right? And it's like a decent sized room because we could fit again a Smith machine, bench press, or not a bench press, a bench, dumbbell rack, treadmill, and a bike. So like it's a decent amount of space, right? But anyway, it's very sad. It's very like, unfinished basement murder hobo type thing. Where like one wall is the wood showing, but then the rest of the walls are the insulation covering showing. So we started to put up some posters kind of like haphazardly and without too much care. But I was getting really depressed going into that gym. So I was like, I have a ton of posters I'm never going to use. I bought so many posters over the last decade when going to BlizzCon. Like I bought the key art posters for like 5 or 6 years. I bought like StarCraft 2 posters, specifically, right, alongside the key art posters. I had a couple of posters just for being a fan of something, like Team Liquid, for instance. I had a Team Liquid poster. Anyways, and I never used them. I think I had some plans of maybe just giving them away, getting them signed, giving them away, but then kind of got lazy about doing that. Or maybe I thought I would use some to actually decorate my bedroom, but then I'm kind of like past the point where I want just something that's very like brazenly video game, on my bedroom wall. I want something a little bit classier. So anyways, I'm just like not losing these things. So I spent like an hour putting these posters up, and they're big posters too. Every BlizzCon poster is larger than I'd say average poster. But unfortunately, because you're putting it on like a soft surface, because it's the insulation covering, which is kind of plastic, they don't hold very well. So, I was putting them up for an hour. They seem to have held up to that point. One started to fall down, and we fixed that. But I hear like a sound as I'm over near my kitchenette. And I look into the gym this morning, and like 3 or 4 of the posters had come down. So I have to go back and put them up with like, big boy tape, I guess. Just really over tape the hell out of them. But when they were up, they made it look a lot better. I mean, there was something to look at. There was something to cover the stark whiteness that was the gym. Yeah. So I'll have to do that again. Yeah, the posters also got sore from the workout. I don't think it helps that it's a combination of, a soft wall that's a bit curved, and all these posters have been wrapped in a tube for like years. That's not an exaggeration. Years. And so their instinct is to curl up again, right? So I think there is a lot working against the tape. That was my fun story from yesterday. That was the one super fun thing that I did. put posters up. I ended up having 4 key art posters, 5 StarCraft 2 posters, a Diablo poster, Diablo 3 poster, I guess, when I thought maybe I would like Diablo 3, and that just never ended up happening. And then a Team Liquid poster, and then an Overwatch poster, which I found a perfect spot for. But yeah, it was a lot of posters I wasn't using. There was a lot of money spent on posters that, never really got used in the first place, actually. If you see really old VODs of me back in my bedroom, even before it was like painted over as well, so like 10 years ago, you could see some of those posters in the background. But yeah, the Overwatch posters is kind of funny because now thinking on it, the reason I have so many Overwatch posters, I have a whole like poster tube full of like probably what was 10 or 15 Overwatch posters. The original Overwatch posters, the original cast that was released, was because we thought we were going to get into Overwatch with Base Trade TV, and we had a hookup at Blizzard back then, and I'm pretty sure she just gave us stuff to give away. And then I just never gave them away. Again, it'd be one of those things where I'm like, well, people might still appreciate it, even though like I'm giving it to people who aren't like Overwatch people, right? We're giving it to StarCraft people for the most part. I just never got around to it. Oh, and then I found posters of an old Base Trade TV poster, actually, which is really well done. 47 is that it did some art for us over the years, and one of them was this really fun poster where it had all of our little inside jokes on it and stuff. But I'd never given those away either. First, I think it's hard to work out at home. Yeah, it is interesting. I think I can make it work, but the thing is like I've been kind of chasing this workout high for years at this point, where I had these couple of months, 2019, 2020, where I was really doing very well. Is this Giant Grub Games? No. I could never replace Giant Grant Games. But anyway, I'll talk more about that, actually. He announced his like StarCraft 2 pseudo-retirement, which was very sad. But what was I talking about? Oh, the workout thing. Yeah, where I was reliably like jogging, even if I had to do it outside, which I actually really don't like. And even if I was traveling. And then for a month straight, I was on a what's the word? Like, a bit of a challenge where I literally worked out every single day. And I did it for, a month and a half straight-ish in January, February 2020. And I was very proud of myself. And I've been chasing that same type of feeling, I would get up at like 6, 7 a.m., something like that, and I would immediately go to the apartment gym, and I would work out for an hour. And then I was also doing some like stretching and yoga at home. Very proud of myself. But I feel like a large part of why that worked out was because of the setup that there was at the apartment I used to live at, where the apartment gym was like a 10-minute walk from my apartment. So not bad at all. Safe. And then the apartment gym was also barely ever used. So it was a nice enough gym, lots of daylight coming in the windows and enough workout equipment that I could do everything I needed to. And no one was ever there because no one uses an apartment gym, I guess. They all go to the Gold's Gym or whatever down the street. But that meant that I had basically a space to myself every morning with everything that I would need. That was also, kind of uplifting because there was actually daylight, which a basement gym does not have. And then when COVID hit, they shut down the gym. And then when I tried to go back to it, once they kind of opened it up again, like 7, 8 months later, there was people in there who weren't wearing masks. And I was like, I'm not on board with this. This is before the vaccine was out. And for some reason, I guess a lot of people also thought they would get back into going to the gym after being cooped up in COVID. So there was more people at the gym too, which is kind of annoying. the fuck out of my public gym. So then I just never got back into the habit. And I feel like that was actually a big part of why the habit was formed, was just how ideal the space was. And I haven't been able to do it again. Going to the gym, just a little bit too much effort, getting into a car, driving that way. I don't really like driving, actually. You know, making sure that you're going in off-peak hours so that there's not, you know, dozens of, like, high school kids that are kind of annoying, let's be honest. Or if not that it's just, you know, all the adults coming in after work that fill up all the space. Hey, it's just yeah. But then there's something to having that habit as well. Every now and again, getting into the habit of going to the gym, getting in the car, going to the gym, having all of the workout equipment possible available to you. And then sometimes going to the home gym works out, and it feels quite nice. Oh, Gerald actually won. Good for him. Where it's obviously very convenient. You have just enough to really work out. You're pretty much always alone because it's your home gym. But then the downside is that, yeah, there's like no light in the gym. It's kind of a cramped space. And you don't necessarily have every piece of equipment that you would want. I feel like I had the perfect scenario, and then once that was gone, just haven't found it again. I really don't like being around people. I wouldn't say that. I think that there's a big difference between being around people and like being in a crowded gym. Because when the gym is crowded, it's not that I have to be around people and hear them talking or hear the weights dropping or anything like that. It's that usually means you have to wait and you have to organize around other people's workouts as well, right? Either ask to go in and while they're taking a break, which I've never done, or just simply wait and hope that no one else is waiting for the same exact piece of equipment and gets there before you do. As far as the high schoolers and why I think they're annoying, it's a lot of the time they're mostly boys. I'm just gonna say they're boys. They're mostly guys, but they roam around as if, as like a stereotypical like girl pack would. And sometimes they act like mean girls as well, honestly. They literally are like the scenes from Mean Girls where they're like roaming down the hall, pushing their hair back and talking shit about other people that are at the gym. And then one of the guys will be working on the bench press, and then 5 other guys will have to stand around them. And it's just, I don't know. I do find them quite annoying. I'm not going to lie. But I'd say I actually like being around people. But it was one other thing that I really made me really want to work out too, was that I did kind of change my mentality to being more like, this is time for myself where I can be at peace, and I don't have to worry about like the family or my cats interrupting my workout session, which they do in this home, by the way, because one of my cats can open doors. And I really don't, obviously you don't want cats in when you're working out just because of the fear of hurting them in some way. And yeah, you just don't get that same peacefulness when you're at a public gym. Anyway, we're in a game 3. Bottom right, Geralt. Top left, Raynor. We'll be following this into Raynor versus Bjorn. Someone asks, why not casting Max Pax versus Shin? I'm guessing no one is the problem. And I obviously understand why people want all of the series to be cast, especially when it is potentially good series, which I think Max Pax Shin would be. But I'm going to be honest, I'm being quite greedy. I think Raynor versus Bjorn, which is the most likely matchup, but obviously not guaranteed. Geralt just took a game. is the one that people would want to watch. I would want to watch. TDZ is the better matchup, almost regardless of any meta across the board, honestly. It's a better matchup than PVZ. And I also think that the PTR changes are more interesting for ZVT for me. I really want to see what the abduct, lack of abduct looks like. I want to see what the Dark Swarm looks like. And you see a little bit of that in PVZ, because they did have that happen in the last game these two played. But not as much, because it affects your opponent as well if they get into the Dark Swarm. I should really remember what it is actually called. Charge lots, obviously are actually better in that situation. So anyways, a lot of reasons, but basically, yeah, I'd rather cast the TDZ potentially than the PDZ. And if I was casting the PVZ, I would definitely miss the TDZ. So yeah, I know. If this was a situation where it wasn't a new patch, if I'd been casting a lot of games, doing the weekly every week like I used to do, I would have been like, all right, guys, I'll do it. I'll do the other matchup. That's fine. That's all right. But now I'm just being selfish. Yeah, but running outside, first of all, I don't like running outside. People are crazy. People think I'm crazy when I'm like, I prefer running on a treadmill. But yeah, I do. And then the second thing is, yeah, body workouts also don't really hit the same. I mean, I've done it, in hotel rooms and stuff, but yeah. I mean, theoretically, anything you can do anything you set your mind to. I believe that in every single one of you. But realistically, actually, we all need something, right? We all need that thing that we need to do the thing. We need to have the proper equipment. We need to have the proper amount of people. We need to have the proper temperature, One of the reasons I don't like my home gym right now is that it's fucking cold all the time. It's like, if I really put my mind to it, of course I could ignore those things and still work out, 7 days a week. Oh, of course. But it's not the ideal situation. Things are tied up 1-1. I cannot tell you what happened in the first 2 games. I'm not aware. First game was definitely shorter than the second game, but that's pretty much all I got. So all I can say is that the second game, Geralt won in what looked to be kind of a straight-up macro game, but I don't really know what happened in the opener, so I can't say that 100%. As far as these two go, obviously a lot of people would look at Rainer's name and say, well, Rainer's going to win. And that is fair. I do think he is favored. However, I think that ZVP has been a bit of a thorn in a lot of Zerg's side for a while, who aren't Cyril. Cyril doesn't seem to have any feelings on anything. But Rainer had definitely had some feelings about this matchup prior to the patch, and I'm not sure the patch really changed those feelings, as this Oracle barely gets away. And if you were winning literally 100% of your PVZs, maybe you wouldn't have those same negative feelings. But obviously no one wins 100% of everything. My point is that Geralt obviously got a game. I think he could get the second game. Things not starting off, I guess, super swimmingly for him, just because that Oracle got super damaged. But we're talking about the first 5 minutes of a PVZ that was fairly standard. Maybe a little off-standard is going to Resident Enclaves, but it's, of course, common. 2 Oracles alive. You could be afraid of either Blink or Resident Enclaves right now as Rainer. There's not much telling him that it's one way or another. His Overlord did get a scout on the fact that there are 2 gases taken in the natural, but that just more so sets you up for that. It's not a very dedicated attacker. If it was 3 gases, you'd be quite on edge about anything, I suppose. But this doesn't tell you if it, again, is Blink or Resident Enclaves. A Forge is coming down. So there's going to be that follow-up. This isn't, again, super dedicated, but there's going to be a lot of adepts. And if they were to somehow find absolutely 0 damage, well, then yeah, Geralt could be in trouble because he's missing some perhaps superior technology should we actually get into the mid-game. But he's trading that out for the potential. Potential of 10 adepts, Resident Enclaves, and also a couple of Oracles, which sometimes actually get the true damage done. No wall off, unfortunately. Geralt was able to avoid sights as the adepts pop up, kind of nice and comfy on the Zerg side of the map. Rainer is forced to respond at the very last second, which is always a little less ideal. These Lings would have loved to threaten a Shade before the Shade actually threatened their drones. Fortunately, the Shade does get into the drone line. Start taking out a couple, not too many so far. Actually, not many at all. The Adepts are starting to trade out with the Lings. They're in that nice cramped space, of course, but this isn't exactly the damage that you were hoping for as Geralt, as 4 Adepts barely make it out. These Lings, still in a good number, could go chasing after him, decide not to. I don't think Raynor knows that there are not reinforcements, although he sees them now coming through the Zelnaga. And maybe he could have gone after it, but I mean, understandable. 4 more Adepts would have changed that dynamic quite a bit. As it is, that seemed like a perfectly fine response to me. 26 Lings did go down, sure, but again, only the 2 drones. Is it damning for Geralt to only have done that much damage? I don't know if damning's the right word, but probably not exactly what he was hoping for. Maybe if 8 drones had gone down in the main, and then maybe a little bit more back and forth, one more back and forth, so the drones had to pull away and lose that mining time, would have felt a bit better. Speaking of feeling better, Stalkers need that blink. Okay, well, it's going to be Raynor who's feeling better about grabbing almost 4 Stalkers, 4 Stalkers. There it is. Oh my goodness, it was for the last. With +1 melee, these Lings do strike hard and fast. Oracle's not quite in place from the beginning, weren't able to help the entire time, and that means that 6 Stalkers in total went down for, what, another 30 Lings right there. I'd say that's totally fair, as it also happened on Geralt's side of the map. So this is just plenty of time for Raynor. Should he realize, oh shit, that gave away a lot of army, he would be able to replace it, but I don't think he's worried. He maybe should be worried a little bit. Geralt did get up to 4 bases, but it's not like he's gone up to 8 gases and is trying to get up to Storm with a bunch of Archons. He is actually warping in rather consistently on the Stalker count. And Raynor is getting a lot of technology. He is getting +2 melee, Baneling speed, Hive, another evolution chamber, another hatchery as well. A lot of things going into stuff that's not going to help right here, right now, as Geralt moves forward with the Stalker army. But Creep Spread was there to buy some time, and it has. Raynor is starting to make more of that army as well, and he does have a slight army supply lead. Adept's also going in for a bit of a distraction / just backstab. 3 drones going down. If we could get 5, that'd be great. Kind of getting sights as well as maybe what the reinforcements look like. Still seeing no Baneling speed. 6 drones in total go down. Geralt continues to warp onto the front line. Stasis traps placed down as well to give him a nice safe retreat point for the Stalkers. And that is just not a very fearsome Zerg army right now. The Lings, though, you never want to underestimate them. If this was pure Roach, Raynor's so dead. It's insane. But it's not pure Roach. There are Lings possibly even waiting around this area that Geralt has no sight of. They're just waiting for the opportunity to go for a surround. And +1 melee is pretty good. +2 melee is a ways off, but +1 melee is still pretty good. And, you know, Geralt knows that. He's going to be very cautious with the Stalker. He's not going to push the issue. He knows that there's more reinforcements on the way. He knows there's Baneling responding to the Adepts, and now there's hella Baneling with speed. And we are inching ever closer to that +2 melee as well. Raynor, a moment of not even weakness, but just, you know, there was maybe an opportunity for Geralt to kind of push a little bit harder. It was just a moment. It was very hard to find that exact moment in which Raynor was going to be at his weakest. At this point, Raynor's investments have paid off. He's got his upgrades. He's got his Baneling speed. He's even managed to add in a couple of Ravagers. He is still only on Ling, Baneling, Ravager. But that can still do a lot. Geralt himself is still only on Stalkers. Storm only 30% of the way done. All the Zerg coming in from multiple directions. Stalkers trying to spread out from the Banelings, but then becoming more vulnerable to the Lings in doing so, and just not being able to stay in one tight ball. The Stalkers do get worse and worse. Shield battery out of juice, no cannons. Baneling still crashing in. Oracle's desperately trying to help. Geralt splitting his Stalkers, has to split his probes too. This is so much chaos every which way we look. Geralt barely holds on, however. Barely holds on to a decent Stalker count. Barely holds on to his probes. These are going to go down, but still, that could have been much worse. And Geralt, hell, barely holds on in general. Supply is really not that different. Totally acceptable for a Protoss versus Zerg. Geralt managing to keep all 4 Nexus alive, and more importantly, 77 probes alive. Despite losing 16, I guess he had already been rebuilding some, but then also had just had a very high probe count to begin with. Yeah, that would have looked 100% better if he had Storm from the get-go, 100% better, 200% better. But that, as far as what he had right there, pure Stalker, that was probably as best as it could have gone. You'd have to really deep dive into that battle to see exactly how he could have done that better. With the Zerg coming in from literally 4 different directions at the end, I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I think surviving was the best that you could do, and Geralt has survived. Now he's on Storm. Now he's on Archon. Something a little bit sturdier against those Banelings and Lings. Something that can take advantage of the chokes before the Zerg is just everywhere that you look. The Storms can actually come down to these chokes, ideally anyway. A couple of Storms are ready to go. Raynor maxed out once more, 2-1. The Banelings are going to collide into some of these High Templars. So did any Storms go down? I don't think they did. Geralt seemed like he was on his way to recovery. A couple of Storms, a couple of Archons could have been big, but the Storms are gone. The Archons are targeted down. The Oracles are once again helping, however, and just barely enough on the Stalker count to hold on. Zealots went across the map to help out on the economy side, but not nearly as much as they were hoping. Only 5 drones going down. Hatchery still intact. Reinforcements taking care of it. Sights on the Ultras at this point, which Geralt would really rather not see at this point. You know, when he was at 150 supply, building up his army again, and he saw the Ultras, you maybe probably could depend on defense to help you out there, right? Ultras don't really want to be attacking into SimCity, into a super defensive Protoss, and then maybe that buys you the time to get to a couple of Robos, to get to those Immortals. But Geralt just lost his army. What was being built up has quickly dissipated. He's back down to 115 supply, and this just looks like an unwinnable game at this point. There was that brief glimpse of promise, and then it was so quickly dashed. And Raynor, he looks to be going in for the killing blow. I do like that Geralt's trying his best to survive against the oncoming Ultra onslaught by building up his SimCity. It is no coincidence that he put a pylon there, to put a gateway there, to cover the cannons that are here. This is going to help out against everything, obviously, but also especially against the Ultras. But his army count is just woefully low, at about half the army supply. Sometimes you can manage that as a Protoss player against a Zerg, but the Storms have to be great, the positioning has to be great, the Ultra have to be targeted down while after being left alone. They are alone at this point, but there just isn't enough in the way of Stalkers to actually take them down. They're being chomped on, they're being destroyed. Raynor obviously also still quite wealthy, now killing 32 probes of his opponent. He's very much outpacing him on the economy, and Raynor is going to win this game, no problem. Geralt, you're surviving an onslaught, man. It was wave after wave of Zerg. Very cinematic ZVP. And at the end does buckle. So he'll be sent down to the lower bracket. Raynor moves on to indeed face Beyond in a ZVT. And we'll start bets up as well for that. I mean, we could have done bets for game 3, but... Start prediction. How's it going? It's okay. Didn't expect a Open Cup today, because the other Open Cup that happens, the what are they called? The Monday Night Weeklies? Yeah, the Monday Night Weeklies weren't supposed to happen this week, and they didn't. But because they didn't, I guess Kalar Steadfast Rotterdam chipped in money again to make the KSR cup happen so that we can see what's going on with the PTR. So I wasn't expecting a cast today, but I also am curious about the patches. Because I wasn't expecting the cast, I wasn't expecting to start talking earlier, and I feel like my voice isn't ready for it. I might sound okay, but the fact that I feel like I'm forcing sound out, I can really feel it in the throat, means that I'm not using my voice correctly. Dan versus Rainer, we're in the lobby. I am going to BRB. Just going to swap in case they go in. It's like a cold engine in a car. I mean, it actually is, yeah. There's you know, whole YouTube videos about warming up your voice.
Thank you for appeasing the overmind.
Using it correctly and whatnot. Alright. Good guy Roddy? Not going. Wait, is he low? Wait a minute. Asgul, thank you very much for that Prime sub. Alright guys, we got ourselves a fresh best of 3 TVZ on the newest patch. That is to say, the newest patch so far. Blizzard's doing something behind the scenes, breaking NA, fixing NA. Maybe a patch is going to be coming again midway of this tournament, but right now this is the freshest patch. On the bottom left it is Bjorn. On the top left it is Rainer on Persephone. So ZVT on the new patch. We didn't get to see that last week because one, again, the newest patch came out halfway, or even later actually, of the tournament. And two, there just aren't many Zergs that sign up for these open cups, so it's always nice when a couple do. Even though Zerg still represents top 8s and even top 16s fairly well in larger tournaments, smaller tournaments do not have the same thing going. They are a lot of Protoss, a couple of Terrans, and a lot of PvT. So we catch them while we can. And the good news is for this tournament, we also have Shin versus Max Packs happening on the other side of the bracket. So winner of this faces winner of that. And there is a lower bracket of this tournament as well. So it's basically the exact same format as the Monday Night Weeklies. But this is actually the Kalara Steadfast Roddy Cup. Fill in the gaps. So big shout out to them. And I think it is literally the exact same format. It is. There you go. Is this live? I've never done a rerun on Twitch or YouTube. I've never done a rerun. So yes. Very rarely I feel like the StarCraft people do reruns. I could be wrong. I don't watch all the StarCraft people. And I guess Winter does. Anyway, we got ourselves a 1-rack to expand, and Rainer doing his hatch, gas pool, whatever. It's TVZ. It is still normal as far as the openers go. The patch might have been drastic in some ways, but not so drastic that anything in the first 5 minutes really changes. I am interested to see TVZ on the new patch because I haven't been able to see it so far. TVZ was not the target matchup for the patch. I think we all agree on that. We all can look at the patches and say they're really targeting the PvT issue, which I think is right. I think it is the biggest issue. TVZ has been mostly fine for the last year plus, something like that. And we had that era when there was way too many super late game turtle fests, but that was maybe even 2 years ago at this point. It's all hazy to me now, of course, but it hasn't been that way in a while. And even then, it was still probably the most entertaining matchup. I think there was a period of time where I do recall saying I like PvZ more, but that is such a small period of time in the grand scheme of things. But the patch still had a couple of things that changed TVZ, and two of the biggest things that I think I can think of right off the bat is going to be the Microbial Shroud change, which changes it into a halfway Dark Swarm, and then the lack of Abduct on siege tanks. Other things that could affect this matchup are some of the bug fixes. So a big bug fix was the Cyclone bug fix. Cyclones aren't as powerful as they were, but they weren't supposed to be, but because of the bug. Anyways, that got fixed. And then the Liberator patch also seems to be a bigger deal than, people would usually suspect for something called a bug fix. This bug fix for the Liberators made them much better microable units as far as the offensive micro goes. And so that means it's better to use for the Terran. There was also the Hyperthreat Rotor change, but funnily enough, so I haven't seen that so much in TVZ. We saw it from Bjorn in PvT, funnily enough, but I don't know if he'll be going for that in TVZ. So that kind of covers, I think, all the big ones that I can think of off the top of my head anyway. Banelings got a health buff when they have centrifugal hooks, which, funnily enough, that should be the first thing I guess we think of when it comes to TVZ. Banelings being better against Marines and whatnot, but I actually thought more of that for PvZ, if I'm being honest. But yeah, obviously affects this matchup as well. And Drilling Claws also got a buff, so that would affect this matchup too. I mean, I guess at the end of the day, the patch definitely affected TVZ as well, 100%, but it was still so obviously targeted towards PvT that only a couple of the changes were targeted towards TVZ. Other things are kind of like a mixture of all the matchups being affected and a mixture of bug fixes and nerfs and buffs. So, I want this to get into late game, because if we get in the late game, we will be able to see some of those things I mentioned. So the Viper, for instance, could make an appearance and not abduct tanks. No. And then also Microbial Shroud could make an appearance, which has been shown in a couple of GIFs, I guess. People are showing off what they can look like in isolated scenarios, and that's all fun and good, but we really want to see these things in action, in actual gameplay. Banshee arrived, killed a couple of drones, never got Cloak. It was just the 2 Banshees without Cloak, which seems to have become more popular opener in the last year. It is bio from Bjorn as well. Rainer, notably, we saw a couple of Roaches. Went into Roaches. Not going to be going into the 1-1 Roach push, I would suspect, because it's going to be that safe style of play where you get the fast hive as well. I could be wrong about that. The lair's only just now finishing. We'll see. We'll see. If he immediately gets an Infestation Pit, then I think we're going to play very defensive. But that's what we're waiting on. There's really 2 options. There's Roach Swells, there's Roach All-In, Infestation Pit comes down immediately. Okay, there you go. And then there's Ling Roach, Ling Baneling Roach, which is just a really nice defensive, protecting composition that can get you up to that hive technology against some of the world's best Terran players. Clam seems to be the one that can actually pierce holes in the defense, but maybe add Beyond to the list for this particular game. 9 drones go down to the Hellion run by. The Hellion's becoming increasingly more useless, especially up against someone who has roaches, so good use of them to sack them, if you are going to sack them. And I think you would. I absolutely agree with Bjorn's decision if there is an opening anyway. 12 drones is pretty good. Loses a Banshee. You're trying to go back into the main base. That wasn't spectacular, but 1 Banshee alive still means that there's 1 Banshee to help out as far as run-bys go, as far as protecting some of the bases of Bjorn goes. So I would think he wants to save that one. But the Hellions sacrificed because they also, I don't think, are particularly worried about any run-bys. The army has been built up back at home, and that would take care of any attempted Ling run-bys, but this is also a style of which doesn't really do a whole lot of that. I mean, it's trying to get to this kind of, amazing late game more than it's trying to apply pressure earlier on, and that means saving your units. And maybe you set up a Ling run-by just to get a little bit of distraction going on, but mostly you're trying to get up to, again, this hive. And we're getting there. But the push is on the way. Beyond doing a very typical build, did add on a second factory very quickly, as opposed to a faster fourth, or as opposed to an 8 racks. That's, I'd say, the only noteworthy thing there. 2 tank push, very typical, and particularly strong, I would say, on Persephone. So it looks like Raynor just not able to get the appropriate amount of units ready for the defense of the 4th hatch. Is going to have to just sack it. That's a wise decision. It's not something you would usually want to give up, of course. But best case scenario. Unfortunately, this 5th only being halfway done and currently harassed by the surviving Banshee is concerning. I would say this is definitely not I mean, there's a lot of reasons why it's not as perfect as it should be, and one of the biggest reasons is definitely the Hellions coming in, and overall 19 drones having gone down by minute like 7.5, was it? That is a huge reason. That is the domino effect that has led to that 4th base going down so easily, the 5th not being appropriately covered or gotten when it should have been, so it's already done. The main base now being under attack and not a quick enough reinforcement because it looks like Raynor either forgot Roach speed or thought he could forgo it for some time. This is domino effect into more domino effect. It's one of those domino trails, I guess is what they're called, where the dominoes get bigger and bigger and bigger as it goes on. This is actually, it's gonna sound extreme. Fucking casters, am I right, guys? But this actually is almost game over mode. This is actually so bad for Raynor that he might as well just give up this game so we can forget that it happened. Loses another 4th base, drop in the 3rd, drops the waiting to go back into the main base. Raynor down 30 supply, and that's with a Roach-based army. So we know how bad that really is. Beyond seemingly not losing enough units to really compensate. I mean, he lost 0 tanks, which is amazing. Only 22 Marines, actually quite good as well. Eventually lost that 2nd Banshee. That's a bit sad, but he has full control over this game. So, usually that Banshee, as I was saying, would help out against run-bys or counterattacks. Doesn't have to worry about it. At this point in time, Raynor is very, very desperately hoping that Infestors are overpowered. I think that's what you'd have to say to bring back a game that looks like this. I hope to God this unit's overpowered. I don't think it's that good. I do think Microbial Shroud is good. I don't think it's that good. And Fungal is not that good either. Beyond doing an excellent job controlling both ends of this map, by the way. It's not a particularly large map, especially left to right, but you would still usually have a bit more trouble successfully killing this space, killing this space, killing this space, killing this space. Like, he's gone back and forth so seamlessly, uninterrupted. It looks like this would be, but Terran does this all the freaking day long, and that's not true. Usually you'd have a lot more trouble making sure that a Zerg player stays down to 3 bases on this map, but Raynor is struggling. He is still alive, though, and I will absolutely give him credit for that. Beyond is very close to tying this up. But I can't quite see the opportunity to just steamroll his opponent. Does go for a big old drop into the main base. That's where the army went. 4 medevacs in the main. Raynor, no longer any defenses up there. Now racing back to try and defend what could be the Hive even. Drones have gone down. Hive is not being targeted. There you go. That Hive is gone. Nothing to do about it. Goodbye, Hive. Vipers suck enemy, am I right? You don't need it. It's fine. It is not fine. It is absolutely not fine. There we have Microbial Shroud in action. Look at that Dark Storm. Oh, Dark Storm is. That's a Brood War spell. Uh-oh, they're out of it. They're out of it now, though. Still don't actually end up winning. Surprising. Medivacs, Bio, 2-2 versus 1-1. I thought the Bio would win, but still. Microbial Shroud halves the damage coming into the army that is underneath the area of effect. And I am being very specific with my wording, because right now it affects the Zerg player, but if the Bio player were to go into this little cloud, they would also benefit from half damage of range attacks. But that is game. I feel like it has been game for a while. The UGG was probably just a little typo, typing GG too fast. But to me, it also was representative of the feeling of that game for Raynor. That was a big ol' ugh. Ugh. That was not pretty. And I would dare say it started with the... It started with the Hellions, which maybe you could even say started a little bit with the Banshee in the main, is that maybe that was a slight distraction. But those Hellions dealing as much damage as they did really just set everything in motion. And Bjorn played it to perfection as well. Some other Terran players would have lost the lead, especially against a great Zerg player like Raynor. And Bjorn at no point ever lost the significant lead he had garnered. I don't think he actually let it go at all, not even 5%. I think he had always, once he got that significant lead, he kept it. Ghosts are light now, right, too? Are they? Wait a minute. Because I know Roddy's chat was talking about that potential, but I thought that was the potential change. That was potential patch that no one knows is actually happening today. Because if you were listening to the same thing, then I think you were just talking. I think you were just listening to theoreticals. Yeah, no, they're not light. But that might be one of the changes. So yeah, Roddy's stream was talking about, as we have an opener here, very quickly. Okay, top left, up one is Beyond, bottom right is Raynor. And Beyond is going for forward barracks, but that's, it's interesting. It's not a big deal if it's not 3 racks. Yeah, Roddy's stream was talking about the hypothetical patch. So NA got patched. It had a new patch, but then it didn't have any, you know, announcement or any like patch logs where it would say what was changed. And then it got unpatched. And I was already suspicious even when it was patched that Blizzard pressed the wrong button, that they meant to send it to PTR, or they meant to send it to like a, you know, a secret server only they could play on or something like that. And then when it was unpatched, that just further reinforced my belief that they pressed the wrong button. But apparently the scuttlebutt is, you know, someone has an inside scoop, is that a new patch will come out that has only a few changes, but maybe one of them is they're going to make Ghost Supply 2 again, and they're going to make Ghost Light. But that is a rumor. There is no guarantee that is happening. And then, yeah, there's a lot of hypotheticals if you do start discussing that. As, yeah, they'd be worse against Colossus, they'd be worse against Banelings, but then you can make more of them because only 2 supply. But we're not there yet, so we're not going to do it. Stop. Stop. We're not going to confuse everyone. Ghosts are still only bio-psionic, right? And then they're still, what, 3 supply. Anyway, 2 racks. Like I said, it's not a super big deal if this doesn't go into a 3 racks. If it was a 3 racks, which it is now turning into 2 racks by my 3 racks for Command Center, I would have immediately stopped everything and talked about it. But this is a 2 racks opener, of which we are familiar with at this point. I mean, Beyond was doing this every TVZ for a little while at the very least. He's just bringing it back. It's a little more pressure on the Zerg player. They can mess up against this. Most importantly, that 2 racks opener that we see here, it very often stalls out the 3rd hatch, so the Zerg player really does have to respond to this. They could respond appropriately and not really miss a beat, and it's a, you know, even Stevens, because you built 2 racks before the, you know, Command Center, and I have to delay his 3rd. But sometimes they try and get it, then they have to cancel it. It's a whole mess. I would not say this is a mess, but also Beyond didn't really dedicate to the 2 racks. Dedicate in quotes, because again, it's a 2 racks, not a 3 racks. But if you go 2 racks opener, usually you do get 3 Reapers, sometimes even 4. And then that guarantees the 3rd has to be stalled out. But this was literally only 2 Reapers, something that Raynor has already picked up on for seconds at this point. And that tells him, you know, the add-ons have come down faster, stims come down faster, reactors come down faster, Marines are building faster. And what he doesn't know is what exactly the follow-up is. Is this a 3rd racks follow-up? Yes. Does Raynor know that? No. Is this also a 4th Rax follow-up? It's not. We know that. But again, Raynor doesn't. Is there a factory? Well, he did just get sight on the forward 2 barracks, and usually if there was going to be a transition over into factory, it would have taken one of the add-ons. So that much he's starting to figure out, but yeah, it is going to be a lot of Marines. Bjorn has certainly brought out this build before. It's not very patch-heavy, though, is it? We're not going to see any effects of the patch. But it is a clever little build where it hides just how many Marines have actually been built up, making the Zerg player believe this could also be a 3rd CC. This is very much what a 3rd CC build would look like. And then, boom, suddenly, bunch of Marines. And the Zerg player can't just err on the side of caution and say, okay, it's definitely Marines and build nothing but army, because they'd fall out. They'd fall behind if it was a 3rd CC. Raynor, fortunately, did see the Marines pop out as soon as possible, as soon as they left the supply depot. But is that enough time for him to actually build up the army required? Narrowly avoids being supply blocks right there. Stim on top of the queens. Lings are ready to go as well. Good transfuses keeping that one queen alive. And tanked a lot of damage. A crucial amount of damage, but maybe not enough. The Lings are all gone. The queens are falling next. They're out of transfuses. But it looks like this will be a hold. The Marines are all going to get taken up here. The last few Lings should be the last few Lings as we go back into building drones. And while that was technically a hold, it wasn't. It could have been worse. We have seen that exact engagement end the life of a Zerg player. It did not end the game. It killed 4 queens and 36 Lings and forced out 16 more beyond that. This is one of the more interesting games of TVZ where you're really counting your pennies. You're really like, well, you know, the queens on the creep spread and maybe the injects are missing, so that's not very good. But then the Terran player significantly delayed their 3rd CC. But then the Zerg player had to build so many Lings, they didn't build drones. There's a lot to account for to say who decisively ends up ahead in that type of situation. And so I'm not even going to say who I think is really ahead. 7 drone lead isn't fantastic, but again, account for the fact that 3rd CC is just now halfway done. 1-1 upgrades are only just begun against the +1 weapons of Beyond that is finishing, but 2 upgrades versus 1. Eventually those 2 upgrades will kick in. And while queens did die, looks like we quickly replaced them and or did not bring every single one to the front lines, so that the injects have been going pretty smoothly. Certainly have not been the problem as far as spending the money, because Bjorner has been able to spend his money. And then creep spread has also continued on. The active creep tumors off to the left and right, I don't think really a target of the Marine push, and the ones down the middle are trying to be replaced. So all in all, I would say that was probably the minimum of what the Zerg player could do. Maybe there is a world where they could do better against that exact push, sure. But I would say that was probably what the Zerg player has to accept as losses against that particular opener. And Raynor is just trying to make sure that he doesn't miss a beat after the fact. He doesn't get supply block, doesn't forget his upgrades, doesn't forget his Baneling Nest. Speaking of Baneling Nest, only just now finishing, so very far off from difficult hooks. Lair is done, but yeah, the upgrades are going to have to wait a while to actually impact these battles. Beyond is ready to go on the front lines again. 2 medevacs and a handful more Marines that could actually fit in that. It's actually kind of scary. This is usually where you would have the ability to make Banelings or at least a +1 carapace upgrade, but a nice surround right there. And good target fire from the queens to send the medevacs packing. That was a lot of Lings, actually, and Banelings were forming just in case that wouldn't work. But the Marines not really getting into the absolute ideal space. Kind of getting that surround. That's nice play from Raynor. At the same time, Raynor had a couple of units on the other side of the map. He evacuated with them to make Banelings by the looks of things, but Beyond with a tank siege stopped his SCVs from getting exploded. Very sharp. Like, I feel like it's a very agile TVZ that we're seeing here. Things could be going way worse or a little bit better for both sides. Both of them are responding to each other in very smart ways. They've clearly played out a lot of these TVZs. So 3rd CC now saturated for Beyond. Raynor 4 base is going on to 5, actually. Just above 70 drones as I am speaking. Seems to be in a fine state. 2-2 has begun for the Zerg player as well, where again, Beyond, he had delayed that 2nd engineering base. He's going to be a little behind in that department. Additional barracks after the 2nd factory, once again the priority, which seems to be just the way that a lot of Terran players are playing nowadays. And there's 3 things you can really do. There's the faster 2nd factory, obviously more factory units. There's the 8 racks before 4th CC. That's pretty dedicated, but doesn't have to be exactly all in. And then there is the, of course, 4th CC as fast as you can possibly get it. And it seems like initially 8 Rack's really popular, then the 4th CC first was kind of more popular, and well, now the 2nd factory is. And then into 4th CC, so certainly no all-ins on the way. We're getting ourselves into that mid to late game. Raynor, he faltered last game. You know, he had those Hellions kill so many drones, and he was on a very, very delicate build. You know, I was saying how safe that Ling Roach opener could be, but I think that's... It's still a difficult build to execute 100% correctly, and unfortunately in that last game, Raynor was unable to do so. But this game looking a lot better for him. Also not going into the Roach, is a little bit more mobile with the Lings. We see a run by, do something. 5 drones also going down, and a hatchery falling. Certainly, the Lings did not do that much damage to the opponent, so that is very unfortunate. It looks like Raynor just kind of cut his losses at that point. He sent so many Lings across the map. He did kill some army units. He got that tank low. Didn't get into the SCV line, however. And then realized, hey, I can't actually defend the base that far off to the side. Just let it go. Again, a wise decision made, but one that you wouldn't want to give up so freely. Still had to be done. This drop is being microed. A couple of banelings taken down before Beyond picks up. Nicely done. Another 5th on the way. What I'm worried for now, as far as that 5th, by the way, is in fact the larva. We do have a macro hatchery at the natural, so that's going to help a lot. And since we are Ling Baneling based, that's going to take up a lot of larva. Not missing your injects, not losing too many hatcheries. Really paramount here. Raynor has got a good-sized army at home. Lots of banelings prepared with that additional health thanks to the patch with centrifugal hooks. And Beyond is, what is he going into? We don't mind at this point, I would say so. And they do drill faster into the ground with the drilling claws upgrade. Do we have it? Yes, we do. 2-1 upgrades versus 2-2, by the way. So Raynor does have that on his side. Constantly sharking around for an effective Ling run by, yet to be found, as he also defends back at home. Little last-second splits from both players, actually. 1 or 2 more Widowmines are still active. Raynor has to be very, very careful. He does put away from them. The bio army, not very big. We'll probably have to evacuate at this point. Raynor, though, I think that took a little longer than he was hoping for. He is starting to dip down a bit in the supply, which could be okay if there was a swell of units on the way, if he had maybe some higher technology finishing up, but he doesn't, and that's why this dip in supply is just a little concerning. Not the end of the world as of yet. Beyond is clearly not ready to end this game with so much of his own army back at home, stopping these Ling run-bys from actually doing damage, but Raynor does have to be careful about the efficiency of his Ling Baneling. As Beyond also catches up on those upgrades, Raynor wasn't going to get to 3-3 particularly quickly, and Beyond is about to be at 2-2. In fact, he will have a 3-2 push, actually, long before Raynor has the appropriate late-game units of his own. Apparently, those burrowed banelings were seen, or maybe they were used once and I missed it, but Beyond now scanning for them takes away a potential comeback mechanic that Raynor was hoping to use. Now down 30 supply, again with those upgrades evening up as well. Raynor is in a lot of trouble handling the drop so far, but I'm really worried about this frontal push. Lots of Marauders going to be tanking a lot of the banelings. Widowmines occasionally getting some decent shots, and this space could be very, very abused by the Terran. Raynor actually decided to just pounce on the Terran, hopefully catching them before reinforcements come online, and that's indeed what is happening here. Running back and forth, or back and back, not back and forth. It's going to be a push, which, you know, Raynor, I think, was just looking for a push. I mean, if he could just surround, fantastic, but he needs to push the Terran back from abusing this choke. How long can he actually do this? More units now coming forward for Raynor. He's evening up the supply, but +3 also coming online now for the Terran. Bio still intact, refusing to be surrounded. More Widowmines coming here. Liberators now making an appearance alongside extra command centers. Beyond is in a very good state for the macro side of things. While also starting to take control over the actual map. Raynor hanging on to this base so far, but he needs, I mean, basically a backup base, which would still be only 5 bases, and we're heading to that point where he'd rather be on 6, I suspect, but I do think he's going to need a backup base. Defending this base really is the linchpin of this game. If he loses it, he loses the game overall. But coming down the left side as well with Lings, forces Beyond to pick up. Nice maneuvering with Raynor's army to force the evacuation of the Terran all the way back home into the natural. Now 4th base is in trouble. 5th as well. Planetary starting to focus fire down those banelings. Centaur falls. Will the Planetary? It should, but it is going to be quite the costly destruction. Command Center as well going down, so that is 2 for the price of 1, but so many banelings were used. 23 SCVs also going down, and this is all good economic damage. The question is, can Raynor establish an army again against the remnants of the Terran army? And I say remnants as if he had lost a lot. He hadn't. He had evacuated completely, kept it off to the side, The planetary might have gone down, but Bjorn has those extra command centers done. He can replace it very quickly. He kept his army alive. He kept a 40 army supply lead alive with superior upgrades as well. And that is what Raynor really now has to worry about. Push has come to shove, and he does not have enough of an army to handle this, especially now that Liberators are in the mix. They're further abusing this choke. And no backup 5th base to evacuate to. Raynor once again forced to defend here. Queen's trying to help out against the Liberators, are doing so okay, but there's still so many problems stacked on top of each other. The Bio just standing their ground against the Lings. Actually, they take a lot of damage. Medivac out of juice, so very unhealthy Bio every single round, but Raynor is running out of steam. Some Hydras come in to try and help out, maybe in the nick of time. Once again, Lings getting on top of the Marauders, but not quite getting the kills. They're barely surviving. Raynor and Bjorn neck and neck on the supply. Bjorn so focused on the micro, he's not retaking his 4th base, by the way, so the economy's in the gutter for Bjorn currently, while Raynor holds on to his 5th, but how much longer can he hold on? The supplies, as far as the army goes, still in the gutter for the Zerg. The Lings are gone, the Hydras are gone, now the Queens are gone, and that is going to be it. Bjorn, he has won the tug of war. He saw that persistence would pay off. The Zerg was running out of steam, so he stood his ground, and he will win 2-0 and advance to the upper bracket finals. That was a fun tug of war towards the end. GG's. Didn't see as much Microbial Shroud as I was hoping. Max Pax won against Shin 2-1, so it'll be Bjorn versus Max Pax for the 4th time in a week, at least. Hey, Mike Sixers, thank you very much for gifting 5 subs, so that we get the Valorant extra gifted sub as well. Thoughts on solo versus duo commentary? It really depends on when. Any commentator would say that duo casting is better, but they would be thinking probably along the lines of on a broadcast, on a stage. They would admit that duo casting is better for the audience as well. But sometimes the streamers are asked this, and then, you know, when we're like, oh, duo is definitely better, people will be like, well, why don't you hang out with Steadfast on stream and cast these same games together? And it's just a completely different set of circumstances between solo casting on your streams and duo casting, again, on like stage or on an official broadcast on someone else's stream. When you're solo casting on your own stream and you start duo casting, you lose out on all interaction with the chat, which is ultimately what gets people subs and donations and makes the stream entertaining. And that's why we basically never see it happen. Should it happen more? Arguably, yes, there should be more cooperation, co-streaming. What's the word? Collabs. There we go. Collabs. In the StarCraft 2 space. But, yeah. We're in that really weird space where we didn't grow up doing all of those things as a not even as an esport, but as like a streaming environment. And swapping over to it is actually, I think, a big growing pain, actually. Combining chats helps a little bit on the whole chat interaction thing, because, yeah, it is kind of silly when, you know, I can only interact with my chat and they can only interact with their chat. But that's, I would say that's actually like 10% of the problem. 90% of the problem with duo casting when you both have your own streams is that you then have to just ignore the other person to talk to the stream. So, for instance, you know, do we start just like shouting? Do we like agree to shout out every sub that happens? You know, whether it's, you know, Roddy's stream or my stream. Does one person know one person in their chat and can kind of banter with them a little bit, and the other person is just like, I don't know this person at all, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about? Yeah, so as I said, it's unfortunately an annoying problem, because I mean, as I said, I think every caster would agree that duo casting is better as far as the actual casting quality. I gotta play an ad though before we get in the game, so. We have seen this before. It is very familiar. In the bottom left, it is Max Packs. In the top right, it is Beyond. You know, I think there's a command. There's a shortcut somehow. Not that one. There's a way to show the clan, I think, on the title, which would help with the who's the barcode thing, but anyway. Beyond vs. Max Packs happened 3 times last week in the Open Cup. 1 best-of-3 regular, and then 1 best-of-5 finals, and the follow-up best-of-3 that happened because they... whoever was in the lower bracket won, Max Packs, I think. Yeah, so they played a lot. They play a lot in general. Honestly, I'm guessing this is one of the reasons Clem has stopped playing in the Open Cup, so I'm not putting words in his mouth, so just to be clear, this is my guess, not what he has said. But Max Packs is almost always guaranteed to be playing, and then there's almost always a Terran that matches up against him later on in the tournament. So you're almost always facing a Protoss who's very, very good in the finals, or even the semifinals and the finals again. And frankly, it gets repetitive. I think it gets more repetitive for the Terrans than it does for the Protoss. I would say because Max Packs is more commonly in the finals, actually, than the opponent, you know what I mean? Like, he's in the final. He might not win all the finals, but he's more commonly in the finals, you know, than the opponent, whoever, if that's Clem or Bjorn or Raynor, or whoever it is. And then also, let's be real, in the last 6 months, this matchup has been pretty bad for the Terran. I think most Terrans have gotten very frustrated with the matchup, even if they don't have a terrible win record in it. Even if they do match Max Packs specifically on win record, it still feels more frustrating. Beyond, though, kind of matches Max Packs' energy, I feel like, as far as just being an online grinder. I mean, I don't know if anyone can actually truly match Bjorn's energy. Bjorn is the original. He is the OG grinder. He was playing in, you know, North America, Europe, Korea Cups, you know, 5 days in a row, 3 weeks out of the month. You know, he was insane. And he still is pretty insane. So I don't know if anyone can truly match him. But if there was one person to be as consistently in an Open Cup as Max Packs is, it would be Bjorn. And so they're facing each other all the time because no one's taken out Bjorn so far, although people have obviously tried. It is going to be a 3 Reaper 2 Hellion opener, at least. I don't know if he's going to go for more than that. And the Adept of Max Packs is yet to see it. Otherwise, you know, Factory Expand versus the typical Nexus Expand here. No big news. And a cat that's going to be bothering me for this entire stream now. It's great. Private Society feel difference in performance in solo duo casting? Of course. Yeah. They both come with challenges, but you know, they both come with pros and cons, solo and duo casting. The thing is, actually, I should say it this way. I don't think solo casting has many pros to it if you aren't also a personal streamer, you know what I mean? Like, if I was just doing, yeah, like YouTube, and I wasn't talking to the stream or to the chat, as a full wall off is going to deny this opener any amount of damage, then I think there's almost no benefit to it. You know, if I was only doing YouTube videos, I would definitely try and collab with people to do it, but that would take time away from them, and then do I pay them for their time? You know, and then it's still a little bit messy anyway. But I don't think there's really an upside to it. Personally, some people out there might be like, oh, solo casting is... I'm way better at solo casting than duo casting. But I think that's actually, if that is the case, I actually think it's a limitation. I think that's not a good place to be. Better at solo than duo. Attempting to get damage done with this opener, by the way, which is actually kind of important. You know, we're watching a lot of non-action happen because Max Pax is so successfully defending against this opener. But while that's great news for Max Pax, I will want to emphasize that's bad news for Bjorn, who did delay some technology and obviously his command center with the Factory Expand to get 3 Reapers and 2 Hellions. And they were completely denied. 100%, no damage done. They sucked. Well, I guess an Adept died, but still. They were supposed to cause at least a little bit of chaos, and the most that they did was force an additional gateway that was canceled. 3 gateways, by the way, but with Max Pax, that could still mean some decent aggression. In this case, he is not going... Oh, no, there it is. Oh, just missed it. Just missed it in the production tab. Max Pax, 9 times out of 10, gets a Warp Prism, even if it's only a 3 gateway, and he has here. So Bjorn doesn't take this seriously. It should not win the game. Every so often it does. Barrack stalled out, so he's a nice little opener. This is a high ground natural, so this should make aggression from Max Pax more difficult to do, especially as the bunker is already made on the high ground with a tank covering it, with SimCity. I mean, this is about as locked up as you possibly can be. A little bit of an area off to the right side, yeah, and Max Pax knows it, abuses it. It's a cancel on a reactor, which is a little expensive. May try and dip into the SCV line. You know there's not a Cyclone out, so there's very little chance the Warp Prism would die. Not gonna bother. 3 tanks were made, by the way, but that is going to be it. Now moving on off. Observer cannot go into surveillance mode. I see I still get a lot of people talking to me about the Observer mode. I just answered a YouTube comment today, actually, where someone was arguing that the upside of surveillance mode now having more range was not good enough for it to be uncloaked at the same time. I'm gonna try and lay it as bare as possible here on a, you know, on a cast so that it can be found, it can be archived. I actually am totally fine with the Observer change. I do not have an insulted feeling that its identity has changed. I have never cared that much about the Observer's identity. I do think that it deserves a downside for having the range that it does and the no F2 problem that it does when in its surveillance mode. But I also have to believe that it's just not that much of a nerf. You still can have a non-surveillance mode OBS doing exactly what it did before. Here it is doing it. Look at it. Look at it. It's still pretty fucking effective, but you still have the potential defensive surveillance mode observers right here, covering so much area more than before, while being, yes, uncloaked, but very unlikely to die. So I am totally fine with the Observer change. 100%. And I think that Max Pax is a great example as to showing how it has changed his PvT in no way whatsoever. Okay, not in no way. He would have surveillance mode at that Observer. Yes, that is true. But I really think otherwise. The lack of surveillance mode right there that wouldn't have changed it being scouted and killed. Just would have made it easier. Wouldn't have been able to move. It being scouted and killed would have happened either way, so his decision to rebuild it or not happens either way. Does he get just a little less? Does he not see that third command center? Maybe because it was in surveillance mode, I guess. But then just move the fucking observer before it gets scanned. I mean, come on, don't be lazy. Unfortunately, that warp prism, not super effective. 5 probes went down, which is what I was going to look at, but the warp prism was supposed to do a little counter damage. It did not. I think maybe the Reapers went in or something? Not sure why the probe side. But yeah, that was a nice setup. The Vikings had popped out, the missile turret was built, the warp prism does nothing, which means also that on the front lines, Beyond can now focus entirely on defending against this Storm push, as Storm was researched first and foremost. This is the new updated Storm, the one that lasts an okay amount of time, has a bigger range, and over the full amount of time does more damage, but burst. That is to say, the damage done before the Terran gets the hell out of there is a little worse. And that is what we're seeing right now. Third CC is going to have to lift, but it does look temporarily. Zealots get into the natural, where the SCVs are forced to be pulled into the tank fire too, so this is actually just really bad for the SCVs. Really, really bad for the SCVs. Oh, one of those decisions made in the heat of the moment, when you know the army could be sharking around for an engagement, and you're prioritizing watching the front army over the harassment. So in a split second, you just pull the SCVs. You're like, they're going to die. I know they're going to die. It's not going to be great, but it's better than nothing. But it is so painful to see 13 SCVs die to that, because the tank helped. And unfortunately, what was also really painful is that we could see Max Pax is already disengaging. Byun was ready for another fight, potentially. It wasn't happening. He could have focused a little more on that, but it's just not something he could have known about. Not until the sensor tower was up, anyway. Now the sensor tower is up. Next time Max Pax retreats, he can make some more informed decisions. A little storm attack there. I would say did a decent amount because the Zealots were very effective. And because, again, all this is happening on Byun's side of the map. I mean, where these engagements happen is so important in StarCraft. Whether or not you have the time to replace lost units or, you know, do any type of run-bys to buy time, makes every engagement so different. And Max Pax is doing what he should be right now, which is controlling the flow of this mid-game. But this is not uncommon. This is not something that Byun is uncomfortable with, because if he was, he wouldn't be very good at PvT nowadays, basically. You have to be in this position defending the 3-base setup before you're really ready to start tangoing. And actually, the decision can be made basically at this point in time. You've got EMPs, you're building a decent number of Vikings, you're about to get to 4th. You could try and start to engage a little bit, or you could just go into Supreme late game. And the last time these two played, we saw, I think, more so Byun leaning to that late game. That's the games that he won anyway. He still tried to throw in a couple other engagements. He tried to throw in a couple other builds, you know, really mix things up as a Terran should. But it was those Supreme late games where you're at max out supply, 5 to 7 bases, hella Liberators, that Byun was really finding a better foothold against Max Pax. Not quite there yet, though, and Max Pax has set up another 2-pronged attack. Zealots in the 3rd base as the attack into the 3rd / natural goes on. Zealots finding some damage for retreating. The main army just pushing away the 2 armies of Byun as his reinforcements start to accumulate. That's another army that could come down the ramp. Well, it's not. That's not on purpose. That's not on purpose. Oh, pain, pain. So many marauders going down. Byun is just pulled every which way, and he's not able to save the units that he really desperately needs at this point, and Max Pax is taking full advantage of that. He knew that wasn't intentional, and he was like, haha, marauders are dying, and he's going to continue abusing this as long as he possibly can. Vikings decide to engage, marauders trying to engage, but storms are ready, EMPs not at every single one. In fact, where are the EMPs? Most of them are gone, they're dead. Zealots even getting on top of the army at this point, because the army of Byun has dwindled significantly. And that is it. Max Pax. A little touch there, a little touch here, a little push there, a little push there. It all culminates in a push that still wasn't, bam, done. Still had to kind of test it out. But he's so good at doing that. Jed Tian, thank you for the 55 months. Yeah, every time I bring up the observer mode, and I'm, you know, People are like, the downside is surveillance mode can't move. It's also its upside. And I feel like both are valid. It is a downside, sure. But how much of a downside, really, when you can unsiege it and it can then move? If you don't have to, you don't have an upside. The upside is is still overall though the increased range. Vision range. I mean, it usually goes like this. I say it has increased vision range defensively, and then someone says, but it can't move, and then I say, well, that's also its upside. But if you take it away because you're really good at not F2ing, you're like amazing at not F2ing, good for you, it still has the upside that it has more range. Game number 2 here is going to be on Maganatha. Top left, Max Pax. Bottom right, Beyond. Max Pax, I mean, that was a game that was played so... I'm going to use the word delicate. I say delicate, then we picture in our brain Storms getting slapped down, Colossus being bullies, Zealots running into SEV lines. It doesn't feel delicate. It feels like some Protoss assholery going down. But actually, I would still use the word delicate for me, just because Max Pax really, I think, was the prime example, was the front runner for what a persistent Protoss army could do. Rather than what we, I think, had typically thought of for Protoss, which was very bursty. You get a death ball, and then you burst. You get a death ball, and then you A-move or A-Protoss. And then the Terran or the Zerg are the ones trying to split and EMP and do whatever hell, right? Which is not always been very fair to Protoss, but anyway. But it's kind of the stereotype, right? But I feel like Max Pax was there showing that just being persistent was better than being bursty. Now, when there's a time to go ahead and just A-move into the Terran, he does it. When there's a desperate moment for him, like there was in last week against Beyond, where he had to go right then and there or he was going to lose the game, he'll do it. But when it's a kind of a chill game, shall we say, like you're both doing the things you're supposed to get in the mid and late game, he is so persistent. He's just on the front lines, pushing the front a little bit, harassing the main, harassing the third, pushing the front. That didn't work, do it again. At some point, this Terran's going to mess up in one place or another, and then that's when I'm going to strike. It's really... When you can see what... And it's not Max Pax, you know? When you watch some other Protoss who are a little more of the bludgeoning hammer type of Protoss, and then you see Max Pax right after, I feel like that's when you can really appreciate it. But that was one of those games where I feel like his style just ended up working perfectly. It was... Every touch just did the right amount of damage, and Bjorn folded, not in a bang, but with a whimper, you know? So for Max Pax, do it again. Great, fantastic. For Bjorn, probably just not have those SCVs lost, right? The SCVs don't get lost. He can invest into a bit more of either the units or the infrastructure that gives him units. Then he has a bit more to work with as far as the defense of that final push goes, and it could be big enough difference that when Beyond decides to go, he is not down by 20, 30 army supply. He is at an even army supply with a pretty much equally good army, and then he pounces on the Protoss army, which is vulnerable. It did not look vulnerable in the last game, but it actually is. When a Terran matches its strength, gets a bit of a concave, gets those EMPs, and a Protoss army is actually quite fragile. We got ourselves a different opener as well. Let's not forget that last game didn't start off particularly good for Bjorn, who went for an aggressive opener that was completely shut down. He instead now goes into the one Rax expand, I'm pretty sure it was, and then the Reaper, easy peasy, Widow Mine drop, most standard things you could do. And Max Pax, he does go into 3 gateways again. This time, double checking before I say it. He does not get a Warp Prism because he has no Robo. That would have been an easy call. Yeah, it does go into the roboless way of playing. So you still have 3 gateways, which is a decent amount of warp-ins if you do have to defend, if you see something going wrong. How do you see something going wrong? Not an observer, of course, but with hallucination, which you built. But if nothing's going wrong, you still get this 3rd gateway, or nexus, excuse me, with the 3 gateways. And it's still pretty quick. And then the robo and what it can give you as far as observers and immortals, that could be held off. As long as you don't see something like maybe cloaked banshees on the way. And that is not what Bjorn is doing. Well, Bjorn is researching something from that tech lab, which Max Pax did see. It's not cloak, it's little pinwheels here, which he's been doing. The Hyperflight rotors, much faster upgrade at this point. It's not cheaper, but it is much faster by 40 seconds or something. And Bjorn has been experimenting with this from day 1 of the patch. He was experimenting with this. I guess again, I'm just guessing, I've never asked him directly, but I guess the idea is that it's more microable, so while it doesn't have a cloak where it could easily kill 20 probes if they didn't have an observer. Realistically, how often does that happen? The Protoss is supposed to be able to scout with hallucination, then it would prioritize an observer and shield batteries, of course. And in the Banshees, you know, the cloak hardly ever comes into effect. Hardly ever. Last week there was a game where cloak Banshees did kill 30 probes. But it's not supposed to happen. But Hyperflight rotors aren't so much a gimmick. I mean, it is kind of gimmicky, but it's not so much a, okay, you have an observer, you don't have an observer. It's not a simple check mark. This is more of like, well, are you in place with your army? Can your army reach my Banshees? Do they get blocked by this pylon? Do I kill 5 probes where these stalkers blink on over? And then can I escape because my Banshees go vroom vroom? I get the idea so far. Execution-wise, haven't been too impressed by them, but I could see how it's better. And also just Banshees in general having high DPS can incorporate themselves into a little tank push, which did look to be possible. Scan ahead revealed Zealot's already being warped in, and maybe figuring that charge is on the way, decided not to go for the push after all. Which I think was a good decision. It doesn't mean the Banshees don't help out with the push. They don't help deal probe damage. That tank barely doesn't go down. I feel like just one little tap though, right? One little tap, one little tap, one little tap. Not gonna go for it. Beyond maybe even baiting him with the tank coming along here. By the way, speaking of baits, the attack on the front lines from Max Pax meant that he was avoiding looking at his base. A couple of probes go down to the Widowmine drop, which was built 2 minutes earlier. But only just now having an effect. 7 probes of the Widowmine survive. It's actually very good. But drop for drop, Warp Prism now coming back. No, first time going in, actually. Not going to find any damage, but a persistent thorn in Beyond's side until he gets some static defense. Ghost Academy online. Just a couple of seconds. 3rd CC blocked out. Still on an orbital, too, and that is concerning. Medevac goes down. Tank is near death. There it goes. Got one shot. That was it. Banshee goes down. Medevac goes down. Beyond straight up lost that fight. That wasn't good. Max Pax seeing an opportunity. Using that Warp Prism more so for the distraction at that point. And so the Warp Prism at the end of the day was very effective. Distraction plus keeping all those reinforcements back at home that were probably supposed to meet up with the frontal attack. Well, Ben uses a couple of important units. I mean, the tank would have been helpful. The Banshees would have been helpful. Medevacs would have been especially helpful. 3 Medevacs haven't gone down, one of which was the Widowmine drop. That makes me very concerned, because he doesn't have EMPs quite yet. No, he does, just barely. The ghosts have popped out. He needs this, because his bio army's not going to be very healed. He's only got 2 Medevacs with any energy on them. Max Pax holds on to a 20 army supply lead. And it looks like he is going to find an opening at the 3rd. And Beyond just, he has to give it up. There is nothing he can do. Unfortunately, he might save the 3rd CC, but he's going to lose almost every last SCV. 21 of them have gone down. Max Pax's attack is already good. Max Pax has already won this game. Let's be real. Max Pax going for 4 bases, double robo, robotics bay, going to Colossus at any moment. GG's. Max Pax with a very quick 2-0. was pushing Beyond to the brink with the old patch, and now with the new patch, seems to just be super mode. That's a little scary how easy that was. Again, both games not exactly going well for Bjorn. First game opener wasn't great. It was the opener. It didn't go well, and I didn't think that would make the game super easy, but it did. Second game, it was more of that early mid-game that went poorly. The tank push that was supposed to find something found absolutely nothing. He left his army out in the middle of the map, and then it got pounced upon. So there were things to fix for Bjorn, for sure. But it's just so frustrating when these same things can happen against other Protosses of a very high skill level, like a Hero, Showtime, Classic, whatever. And it doesn't kill Bjorn. But MaxPax is always there, finding all these openings. Raynor forfeited the lower bracket, by the way, so Skilless went on to face Shin, 1-0'd him, and now Bjorn versus Skilless will be a best-of-1 lower bracket final. Big believers in Bjorn. I feel like those votes are more for the heart. Beyond varies quite a bit in how well he plays. That is very true. One week, patch or no patch, new maps or old maps. Week to week, he will go from looking amazing to looking okay to looking maybe even bad every once in a while to looking amazing. Hello. Rough estimate of how many games I've cast? God. I have no idea, man. I have no idea. Because I don't even know how many games of StarCraft I've been in. You know, if this was Steam, I could see the hours, then maybe we could extrapolate from that. If, you know, I kept literally every single replay from the dawn of StarCraft 2. I could extrapolate from that. But I can't even guess. It should be in the tens of thousands. But anything other than that, I can't say. No slash play in StarCraft 2? I don't think so. Plus, we all use different accounts. And I don't know if it would have tracked over... Well, it should have tracked over the expansions, actually. That should have been the case, but... Still, we all use different accounts as well. Played on betas, which probably wouldn't count. Played on patch, PTR servers, so on and so forth. Even with as many games as I was casting in the last 6 years before I started to wean off StarCraft in the last, like, year, basically, I probably still cast more games in the first 6 years of my StarCraft 2 career. Well, how many years has it been? It's been 15. I probably cast more games in the first 6 years than the last 8 years. Or something like that. Just because we cast so many games back in the day. On Base Trade TV, it was pretty insane. This is a best of one, guys, so probably the predictions will be cheated on. I don't know how long this game's gonna go. But in the top right, it is Skillus. In the bottom right, it is Beyond. Beyond lost to Max Pax 0-2. Not nearly as close as it was last week, but he might get his revenge. If he were to win here, he'll be facing Max Pax in the upper bracket, or the finals, excuse me. Or it could be Skillus. And I think Skillus has a damn good shot at winning this best of one. Especially if Beyond is maybe a little off today. He can be. I mean, he's not the most inconsistent player for sure, but he's not 100% consistent. Maybe he's having a bad day versus Protoss. Skillus could take advantage of that. And then a PvP versus Max Pax might sound like it'd be anyone's game, but actually I think that would be very Max Pax favored. Either way, I think it's Max Pax favored, so there's that. SCV taking a long way around to try and get maybe an engineering bay block. It will. Probe from Skillus went to look for a SCV that was probably hiding at the third. If it had gone straight across, that might have been the case. I think that's the timing that we're looking at right now. If Beyond hadn't tried to hide the SCV would have hid at the third maybe for a moment. I think. Or he was just looking for a proxy barracks. Unfortunately, however you slice it, whatever the reasons were, the timings were all wrong for Skillus, you know, and then he moves back to scout the main attack or scouting path, and then he still misses the SCV that was already building the engineering bay. The engineering bay is canceled because it did its job. It got Skillus to build the Nexus at the third. Used to be that this was the intent of the SCV block to get that third built and then to abuse the hell out of it. Right into Hellions, right into Cyclones, rally everything across the map, make them decide between defending their main or their third. Nowadays, doesn't feel like the emphasis. Protoss got better, patches happened, maps change, I don't know. All the above. But we don't really see that emphasis anymore. The Hellions were the first thing that really tripped Protoss up, and this was years ago. Harding was still playing. Then Cyclones, when they started to be reactored, which they are no longer. We reverted that. Or then the abuse, and now, well, now it's just an annoyance. Now it's something that makes the Protoss worry a little bit about the possibility they should build a shield battery and probably main and natural. No main this time, but a sentry for a force field anyway. Have the probes have to walk longer to actually start mining. But Beyond still plays it kind of safe on the follow-up, though, with his own high ground command center. Needing some time to actually get onto the low ground. But it is a way to bother the Protoss for sure. Second barracks is already being built, not a starport. This was scouted by the hallucination. Very little a Terran can do about that, honestly. You can hope they don't hallucinate, of course. And some Protoss players, like Max Pax, don't really go into a sentry very often. But most of the Protosses were doing sentries ever since the recharge. And Skillus, I think, very much prompted to, just in case there was a very deadly follow-up to that engineering bay block. We'll see the second barracks. And why am I harping on the second barracks? Because the second barracks could mean a third barracks, and it could mean a two-base attack. You got to be wary of that. If it was a starport that really leans more into a typical two-base 1-1-1, could still be Banshees, could still be a tank attack, could still be scary, but you want to keep tabs on everything consistently anyhow. Right now, it just looks for a second barracks to get that stim. And then starport will be coming down for a 2-1-1, if you will. Not, I guess, like, the build is a little different, right? Different ways to the same destination. There we go. Tank is out, Cyclone is out, two very good defensive units. Skillus is going into his third Nexus after 2 gateways, so a greedier opener for him. But then he is also going into 2 extra gateways and no robo, so that is interesting. So 4 gateways gives him enough to defend, and that should have been on his mind. Now he sees that it's gone into a 2-1-1, so now the timing, which Skillus seems to be worried about being attacked, is more around the medevac timing, which is about 6 minutes. But without a robo, he wouldn't be able to do anything offensive with the gateway count. So this is just protection as I see it. And what he also really needed to scout was that there was no banshees. And there definitely isn't. So he does not need the robo, strictly speaking. He's going to have a lot of gateway army. We're going to need a lot more gateways. I was going to say, we already see his money piling up. Wary of a drop into the main makes a lot of sense. This is a map where the main can be abused, and also a build in which you are looking to drop with these medevacs. Stalkers positioned in a way that could stop the immediate drop, and then one stalker just for the scout, because again, no observer, no robo. Need something to scout a more frontal push, which we're about to do here. Robo is now coming online. We want an observer eventually. We want maybe an immortal or two. Second stalker makes this cyclone death as well, so that's something. But the stalkers do need to get into position. They saw the army move out, but they are not... Okay, they're recalled. That makes a lot more sense. It still means that they weren't carrying this while it was running across the map. Only what he's got at his own base, hopefully ready to go. It's not quite. Charge not done. Charge not done. Charge not done. That's very unfortunate. Charge not done means that the zealots have already lost a couple of lives there. The pylon is destroyed, depowering the shield battery, and the robo. Now charge is done, and that is good. That's a good number of zealots, yeah. Bjorn was right to abuse it as long as charge was not done, and he was absolutely correct in getting the fuck out of there once charge was done. And that, as I said, was going to be a lot of gateway units, skipping the robo, fast into the third base, lots of gateways. Now without a warp prism, again, so there is that. It's going to limit the damage potential. Skillus also very gung-ho to get the counter damage done that went across the map, and maybe was going to be a little low on the defenses, but apparently not. Perfectly defended. Target fired first medevac, second medevac has to run away. Shield battery also helped right there, so really nice done there by Skillus, who is going to continue with the attack, ripping through that bunker. No medevacs back at home to help heal. Widowmines do splash on a couple of zealots, but Skillus appropriately microed them. Beyond might still be able to hold on without the Warp Prism being involved, but he is absolutely going to take damage. Beyond already losing so many SCVs. He does not have a third CC. It's only halfway done, not even. He went into 5 barracks. He was trying to get his bio count up, but it wasn't very high as he had sent 2 medevacs worth of units across the map that did effectively nothing. And he also was very low on the medevac count. He does have an upgrade lead. That's one thing Skillus had to push off for a time with the opener that he did choose. So +1 attack, only just beginning. Observer, yeah, had to get out of surveillance mode. Scanned, not killed. It looks like the bio count has finally risen to a point in which pure Zealot isn't quite going to do it, not unless they get a good surround, which Bjorn is avoiding by keeping himself back at home. But this is such a late third CC. Fourth base is about 60% done for Skillus. He is moving on to bigger and better units. Mass Gateway, especially without upgrades, only going to work for so long. Bio gets to a more critical mass, more Widowmines arrive, more medevacs arrive, and you just simply aren't even getting the Zealots connecting if they don't have that armor. So we absolutely need that transition from Skillus, but he's midway. He's already getting a Colossus out. He is grabbing a second Forge. He still has a Warp Prism. Wait, no, he never built a Warp Prism. Where the fuck is Zealots coming from? Wait, what? He did build a Warp Prism. It died. It's like they don't have Blink. What's going on here? Yeah, the Warp Prism was not very effective, though, was it? And that is a kind of a big loss. That was something that Bjorn had to consider before moving out. Taking his third CC, he had to do as soon as possible. But I mean, actually moving into this army, potentially. Not quite the size of an army that you maybe want. Bjorn does have the upgrade lead for 3 more seconds. And it is gone. There's only 1 Colossus, not a ton of damage. Widowmine's going to be very effective against a mostly Zealot army. They are forced to pull back. Widowmine's not going to get the best shots, but still alive, ready to go for round 2. Skillus on a 5th base, now 2 Colossus. 3rd Colossus being built, Chronoed as well. 2 upgrades could be happening for Skillus, maybe in just a second as he realizes. Like Skillus, if he had a weak point, it's over. He now has a very sturdy army with a very efficient economy, 75 probes on about to be 5 bases. Missing a second robo is the only thing right now, because he does have that strong economy. He could afford it. And a War Prism, which he is also rebuilding. Beyond not finding any opportunity to hit his opponent, is forced to once again simply defend, defend, defend. Maybe hope that Skillus over-dedicates to an attack. Maybe that Skillus will not try to actually kill him, so then he'll have time to get to Liberators, for instance. But Skillus, at a time in the past, might have been a little too passive. I don't think that's been a weakness of his for a while. He knows he has the winning hand, and he is going to push it. More Zealots coming on in here as SCVs were pulled into the slaughter. They did not help a tremendous amount. 14 of them went down. Beyond was already far behind on the economy, and now even worse. I mean, it's a matter of time. Beyond's PVT ain't it today. That happens. That does happen. Which means Skills will have a PvP best of 5 against Max Packs. Looks like he's dotting his I's, crossing his T's, all that good stuff. Getting Disruptors, Robos, DTs, blah, blah, blah. But yeah, the writing was on the wall. GG's. Beyond taps out. We'll be having ourselves a PvP finals. Which the PTR didn't really affect. guys hear about the EA's acquisition? Or the acquisition of EA, I guess. What kind of world are we living in, man? What is this world? Was that today? I think it was, yeah. Microsoft? No, Saudi. And Jared Kushner. So now it's private, but yeah. Anyway, we got ourselves a best of 5 PvP finals in the top right. Coming from the upper brackets, he is Max Pax. The bottom left, coming from the lower, he is Skillous. That means he has to win this best of 5 and a best of 3 to actually win this tournament. Max Pax, meanwhile, just has to win this best of 5, which I think is very likely. PvP can be I think rightfully talk about it as being a bit of a volatile matchup, but Max Pax has made it less volatile. His style has, despite, you know, nerfs to the style, it's still pretty good. Even when he doesn't do his one gate expand style, he's still very smart about the matchup and just, it was godlike. I mean, probably 80% win record and above for a while years ago. It has fallen, but I would still say it's pretty godlike. It's demigod-like. There we go. He's like Hercules or something now instead of Zeus. But yeah, it's pretty good. And so while Skillous is also very good at PvP, I mean, you don't come up in StarCraft 2, especially in the European server, without being good at PvP because there's so many of them. It's always a different beast going up against Max Pax. It's a different beast going up to every single Protoss because there's so many ways to play this matchup and builds you can use and people who are more aggressive or less aggressive. But even aside from that, I think Max Pax is different. But every so often, there does rise one Protoss, maybe like once every quarter, that just seems to kind of have Max Pax's number. Sometimes that was Showtime. Once or twice, I think it was Skillous. And they start to reliably defeat Max Pax. But I mean, it's not for very long. They reliably beat him because they win 3 out of 5 series that they play. And then the next 5 series, it goes back to being Max Pax's favorite. I haven't actually checked a League of Lac for these two in a while, but that's how it used to be. Both of them are 2-gating, so Max Pax is not doing his trademark style, shall we say. Is going into a Stargate, as Skillous perhaps looking more towards that Nexus. Well, no. He does have a probe ready to go, but he is going to afford the additional Stalkers. I'm not going to try and be particularly greedy about it, so... This does mean that Max Pax is going to catch up on the Nexus, despite also fitting in a Stargate. Because he went 1 Adept, 1 Stalker, then Nexus, well, Stargate, then Nexus, and then another Stalker, whereas Skillous afforded a bit more. Skillous did cancel 1 of the Stalkers by the looks of things. Yeah, and they went for a Sentry instead. Very small changes here. Both of them getting a Nexus is kind of the most important thing, but this Stargate being included at almost 0 cost to Max Pax, you know, economically. I do say almost because it looks like maybe there was a Chrono Boost that was used for Skillous on his Nexus. Max Pax used it perhaps on that Oracle, and use another one on Oracle too, so there is the cost, I suppose. But also very much decisions to be made. Maybe you're down 3 probes now because of that, of which Skillous isn't even using those additional probes at peak efficiency because they're long distance mining. But you have an Oracle that could theoretically kill 3+ probes and do a bunch of other things that are very useful. One of the changes for this matchup with the PTR maybe is the Oracle change, the Stasis Trap change. Now, Stasis Traps do not last nearly as long. Is that correct? I think that's correct. They used to be like 180 seconds. They were kind of insane. And now they're not. 2 probes have gone down. Pylon was destroyed in the front lines, but very little that MaxPax can find outside of that. Even overstays his welcome for just a hot second more than he should have, leading to the loss of both Stalkers. With that many sentries and force fields, perhaps that was always the likely situation, but yeah, does lose both of them. The Oracles, though, are finding that damage as second Oracle comes into the natural, kills additional probes, 7 in total killed, giving MaxPax that 4-worker lead, and there you have it. He has taken the economy. He is down in the blink, however. Can Skillus actually find a timing to use said blink upgrade? I'm not sure that he could. He could, because he's also going to have a slight army lead, especially as the Oracles aren't exactly fighting units. And since their stasis trap does last only a minute as opposed to 3, or whatever the change was, yeah, that is significant, because that means the Oracle that would be already preparing for this potential attack, already building a stasis trap here and here, has to be cleverer about the timing of it. Can't just be like, yep, set it and forget it, okay, bye. Has to actually think about, okay, I need to wait, now I'll build the stasis trap. But these Oracles aren't buying time by building stasis traps. They are buying time by threatening these naked probe lines, no shield batteries built in either line, which of course wouldn't help if both Oracles were together, but would help if they were apart, as they are. Means that Skillus has to leave army there for an extended period of time. He is moving out now. Blink is going to finish up for MaxPax around this time, however, so that timing isn't quite there, but it's just more the question of the units, and it does look like the unit count is good. Especially as MaxPax loses the pylon that would have built the shield battery, and Skillus is proxy pyloning, as I am speaking, very aggressively. He wants this opportunity. MaxPax will not be able to get his 3rd base up. Skillus could already be kind of happy about that, but as he loses 6, maybe 7 more probes to the Oracle, I think he has to get more. He is down 13 probes, so yes, he could just go for his own Nexus at this point and try and recover. That's a lot of probes to recover from. A Nexus, you know, having to wait for that to finish would not be good enough. Stalkers with the blink battle going on right now. No shield battery as of yet from MaxPax, but he has caught up at least a little bit on the Stalker count. Perhaps not enough. He really needed that shield battery or a probe pool of his own, and he has some probes to spare. That's exactly what he has to do. Already losing a handful of Stalkers, of course, but maybe doing the probe pool at the right time with the shield battery finishing up and reinforcements coming into effect as well. Recharge on that too. Stalkers of Skillus are very, very low. Many of them going down to just 1 or 2 shots, and Skillus, knowing he will not break Maxpax, is going to tap out because he's still down by 13 probes. More, as the Oracles had swooped back in to kill more and more and more. GG's. That was the timing for Skillus. That was his one hope for redemption. And MaxPax held. Maybe you heard Microsoft put in a bid. That's very possible. But oh my god, if Microsoft was already in legal trouble with acquiring Activision, which arguably should not have gone through, but it did. Imagine if they had also tried to buy EA. That'd be a lot of palms greased, you know what I mean? Actually allow that to happen. Woo! Be rough with me, please. 10 gifted subs. 2 additional ones from Valorant. And thank you very much. That didn't play a sound, did it? It's broken on this one. I fix. Love your hype emote? I don't think it's even mine. I just got it from like a package. But I'm glad you're good. Oh, I'm very sorry to hear that. Be rough with me, please. Just very, you know, the name doesn't quite fit the the tone. But I am very sorry to hear that. Monday Night Weeklies today. This is actually officially the Calaris Steadfast Rotterdam Cup. But yeah. Game number 2 is going to be on Pylon. Top left, Skillus. Bottom right, Max Packs. Are pros tending to use the new Storm? Yeah. They are, for sure. The new Storm is actually quite good. Or at the very least, as good as old Storm was. Is EA going to be tagged as state-owned media? Maybe it should, but I think we all know how that's really going to work out. I don't think governments around the world, but maybe particularly America, has been super good about, you know, identifying those types of things and maybe trying to do something to counteract them. But I think that gets closer and closer to politic talk, which is just unwise. Looks like Max Pax is just not going to do any of his usual Max Pax antics in this PvP. 2 gates it is. To be fair, I haven't been casting as many of Max Pax's PvPs as usual. I do feel like the last PvP I saw him in last week, he did go for at least one gate expand. Yeah, maybe he's actually fully moved on from it. Why? I don't know. I will say that the 2 gate is more flexible. Defensively, absolutely. Offensively, for sure. The 1 gate expand that Max Pax was known for really only defended. It did not go on the offensive. Maybe once or twice Max Pax would do something really clever, like 1 gateway expand, but then not actually expand. Maybe. But even then, not a lot for him. The 2 gate can really be anything and everything. It could be defensive, it could be offensive, it could be a red herring because it's all about the Stargate. You know, it could be whatever it wants to be. No secret pylons for either side. But Skillus's probe is still moving around as if he doth plan to build one. 1 depth, 1 stalker. That's the mix that gives you a little bit of defense and a little bit of that scouting. 2nd stalker pops out in the nick of time alongside a shield battery being built. Skillus's probe is still awfully suspicious. What you doing there, buddy? What you doing? Max Pax's adept should be refused entry into the main, so it should not see anything suspects. For instance, the lack of technology. Where's your Stargate? Where's your Twilight Council? Or the lack of maybe a 4th pylon, which you won't count pylons literally forever in a PvP. It's not like you're counting the 8th pylon in PvP, but you can definitely count probably up to even 6 pylons, I would suspect, because I think it's like the 5th pylon that might show it's a proxy Dark Shriner or something, you know, on 2 bases anyways, so on and so forth. I am not a super PvP expert. But yeah, it's not going to see a potentially missing pylon is the whole point, because it definitely is being placed offensively. Now, this could just be a cheeky offensive pylon with 2 gateways, that little bit of extra oomph to attack. It actually can be quite important. It could even win a game, arguably. Just that little bit closer to your opponent, right? Even though you're not building a bunch of extra gateways. The Adept got in. The Adept got in. The Oracle is going to scout as well, but this is now just 2 opportunities to get a couple of probes. Does not lose the Oracle. That's much more important than the Adept, which unfortunately was not microed to attack the probes. I mean, this is super critical, high-level stuff, but arguably could have been done by Max Pax. Might have been one of those things where he thought he attacked a probe and then it didn't really, or whatever happened, and the stalker was attacked instead. That is 2 oracles yet again, although one is very, very injured. Skillus does have to split his reinforcements to defend against those oracles, which means he's not using his offensively placed pylon. This could still be used later as MaxPax barely avoids seeing it. That stalker was almost certainly looking for it, and he barely avoids seeing it. But for the attack I think Skillus had in mind, it is not going to be used. As he had sent almost all of his army across the map, I really do think he was trying to attack. But the oracles, just a little too annoying. MaxPax's counter, not going to do a whole lot. He knows that. He knows that army is not bigger than his opponent's army. But he also knows that he has a lot of distraction that is possible. The adepts that went in and died, the oracles that are now leaving as opposed it's too dangerous, plus the frontal attack. Worked out before. It is not working out this game as Skillus shores up his defenses and does not take a lot of unnecessary probe damage. He still has lost 5 probes, and he is still overall down by 7. Now, that's somewhat of a choice, though, keep in mind, as he is probably intended to be at 44. And he is building them again, but he had lost the probes, so he is just simply dedicating more to the aggression yet again. Stasis Trap is popped by Skillus' probe. Is that the probe that built the pylon? Excellent probe. Way to go. 14 Stalkers from Skillus to 7 of MaxPax, and now MaxPax is also supply block. Shield Battery was going to try and save this 3rd Nexus. Without it, he cannot. Actually, MaxPax is really, really playing with fire at this point. And he doesn't quite know the extent of the Stalker discrepancy here, but I mean, so many of the Stalkers are at home. 4 Stalkers are at home, still defending against the Oracles. So that would have made it, 13 to 10, I guess. And then the supply block happened. Not that Skillus could know MaxPax was supply blocked. That to me was a very scary 30 seconds. And then MaxPax is just 30 seconds later, like, what? What happened? What? And was I in trouble? I don't think I was in trouble. Apparently he wasn't. I don't know. Still 20 Stalkers to 11. MaxPax should still be a little worried here. I don't think he quite realized the 3rd Nexus was as late as it was, only just now getting a scout on its building. But he does have a shield battery. He does have stasis traps, and he can pull some probes. More Stalkers getting warped in for both parties. Shield battery out of energy. Maybe no recharge available now. Probes are being pulled. Skillus once again going for the attack, trying to, if not win the game, give himself a considerable lead. I think at this point he has. He has caught up in the probe count. He has obviously stayed higher up on the army count. Although he still is... He still is behind on the actual Nexus finishing, so the economy has still been in MaxPax's favor despite being less on probes. He is also starting now to lose the Stalker count once again as he overstays with weakened Stalkers. Proxy Gateway found out. MaxPax probably chuckling a little bit because he did almost scout that pylon 3 minutes ago. He wouldn't have had to worry at all if he had killed that. But apparently, as I was saying earlier, he just doesn't have to worry. I look at these numbers. I see a difference. I say that difference is scary. MaxPax scoffs. He laughs in the face of danger. He makes this look like it was no problem whatsoever. Well, again, holding on to the economic lead. We don't have game heart, so I can't show you the graph, but I was looking at the numbers here. And he was always ahead in the actual mineral count up until this exact moment, but it looks like he's going to win the soccer fight. So that is that. That is actually game. Skillus. It feels like he had a couple of moments, and every time it just like nothing actually happened. And when it did happen, MaxPax is able to survive. Defender's advantage, probe pull, shield battery. MaxPax makes this matchup look so easy. Maybe Skillus goes back into the replay after the series is done and sees a better push point. Maybe he goes back in the replay and says, I really should have pushed right then. Maybe. But I don't even want to say that. I just want to remark on how easy MaxPax makes this game look. The best of 5 continues. The top left up 2-0. It is Max Pax. On the bottom left of Persephone, it is Skillous. You know what I realized in that last game too, since I was looking at the numbers? I did not re-download the new overlay since I reinstalled Windows. I am theoretically should be using just the WCS 3.0 that came with the... Wait, is it... Have I forgotten which overlay does what? I have. Okay, so I need to download the Pro Tour 2020 updated one. That's what it is. If I use the Pro Tour that's right there on the basic overlay, the Pro 2020, it would give me a bigger production icons, which I agree are kind of nicer, but then it would give me arrows instead of numbers, which I hate. You need a modified version to actually get the bigger production tab and the numbers. And I keep forgetting to do it. But I'll remember one day, and then I'll have the perfect casting setup. Anyway. Skillous is going to get aggressive. He has a proxy pylon. Not one for a little bit of this and that like last game, which he wouldn't even be able to use. He wasn't able to use. That is right here, and then you walk forward with your units off of 2 gateways, and then a couple more reinforcements. No. This is much more serious. This is a proxy 3rd gateway. Max Pax knows something is up. 2nd pylon's missing. Is it a fake? Is it real? Is it a robo? Is it a Stargate? Is it a gateway? He might send another probe to go look if he's very convinced. Yes, and he is very convinced that he should. He's looking around. This would be a very common location for a Stargate. Yeah, Stargate. This would certainly be a very common location for a Stargate. If he doesn't see anything here, strike Stargate off the list pretty much for certain. It could still be a fake 2nd pylon, like proxy, something, and then the Stargate could go up here, I suppose, but... or 3rd pylon. But anyway, the Stalkers of Skillous are going to try and keep this safe, even if it is scouted. So far, it is not scouted. Max Pax has an adept across the map, hoping to get in and see, at this point, a lack of something. A lack of a 3rd pylon at the natural. Not even a 4th pylon at the natural. And that is already alarm bells. This is something that is very serious. Robo 3rd gateway still to be determined for Max Pax. He's built a shield battery. He's still going to try and get his Nexus. He still went into a Stargate and is still going to an Oracle. You might say, panic right now. Get as much as you can on the front lines. Get a Void Ray. It's something that's going to be actually able to help you. And he is now grabbing a Void Ray. But he wanted to fit that Oracle in because he wants that Oracle to cause some disruption to his opponent's economy or to his warp-ins, right? 2 Stalkers have to be warped in back at home. Now Max Pax knows for sure that's a gateway. I already could tell by the number of units. But now he knows for sure. Oracle comes in. Revelation has to back out. Maybe it comes back home to help. Maybe not. Void Ray is almost about out. 3 shield batteries seems pretty damn good to me, although it is only... Well, no. That might look like an Artosis pylon, but that should power that. This 3-gate is looking a little feeble. Still has yet to get a unit. Only probes have gone down. The Scouting Adept didn't fall. The Oracle didn't fall. A Stalker wasn't pushed forward unnecessarily and fell. This is already such a good start to defending the 3-gate for Skillous. Or for Max Pax, I really don't know how Skillous is supposed to win here. He does have more warp-ins, but Max Pax has a 2nd Void Ray. It is out. It is ready to help. Is this not already it? Guardian Shield could also come in handy, or Force Fields. Force Fields are also very good. Shield batteries do need to be in play for these engagements, but they are. So good enough. Probes are pulled because you can definitely afford to do that. This is super all-in from Skillous, and it is super not working. Yeah, GG's. Max Pax in 3-0. Smooth. Max Pack still arguably the best Protoss in the world. He will take this Open Cup in almost flawless fashion. And we will see him again, no doubt, for next week's Open Cup. And next week will be a planned Open Cup, because that one was already planned. This one was a bit impromptu. The next week will be the Monday Night Weekly again. And I will be casting that because I want to keep an eye on all the patches. Plus, we might have a patch again before next week. With all the suspicious activity that Blizzard was doing today on NA. I think it's very likely that either it's going to be a live version of this patch or something is going to change. And that's it for me, guys. Not a very long stream because, unlike last week, we didn't have a bajillion TVPs, of which half of them went over 20 minutes. Yeah. Not terrible games, but maybe not as interesting as last week either. Maybe I'll try and get the replays of Max Specs versus Shin, because Shin did take a game off of Max Specs. The only one to do so in this tournament. Oh. Thanks for watching, guys. Thanks for the gifted subs today. Wednesday, I will be playing StarCraft 2 Mass Recall. Or do I want to do it now? Should I stream a little bit more? I probably should. Yeah, we'll start up the Protoss campaign of Brood War, but I'm going to take a little break right now. Let's pay out people who guessed correctly. Max Packs did win. Let's put on Mass Recall Brood War. And then put on a BRB screen.
Vegan pie in Fear Dragon's face. We have correctly gotten a vegan pie that he is not allergic to, so...
And apparently someone did donate specifically for Nathanius to throw it in my face, so...
Yeah, apparently that did happen.
It's been a long time coming, and I'll do it on behalf of everybody else before me as well.
Honestly, the fear in Nate's eyes right now, too, as he's worried about hurting his friend, which is why it's good he's doing this. And there he goes! Right for it.
Oh.
Pie into face, pie on ground.
It looks like Ruby might be slightly blinded.
A little bit blinded by the cream pie.
Yep, the tongue is definitely starting to melt.
Jesus.
Did you want like a drink or something?
I'm seeing some open mouth.
Yeah.
You know?
The lips are getting red. They are.
We need a whole...
Yeah, oat milk might be helpful.
No, we'll go beer.
My favorite thing about this map, I don't
What
know
the
how
fuck, Fear
intentional-
Dragon?
What?
Are you
Scanning you?
right now, Ruby?
All of them. It's everyone. You're not special.
It's heavy.
Does he usually lift
That's
this
heavy.
much weight?
Oh my god.
Oh, he's not even close to getting through
That's
it.
like halfway.
Oh god, there's still so much.
There's still so much.
There's still so
She thinks
much.
it's done, but it's not done.
Oh.
All right. Every $15 minimum donation can choose a caster to choose a card from this game here. You laugh, you drink.
I don't need dexterity first.
All right.
Very gently go to the target, place your hand on their stomach, and whisper congrats. I'm glad I could put that inside of you.
It's obviously a fucking problem. Look, he's losing the gateway. He's got Robo depowered. Pro's pulled from the natural. What the fuck is he gonna do about it?
Triggers up on supply.
Huh?
Triggers up in supply.
What are you on about?
What is fucking Probe's gonna come in and win the game right now? You think he's gonna just win with that?
Then
They're gonna
don't
get
put that
fucking
in
blasted,
this.
mate.
Mate, the fuck are you on about? This bioarm is actually overstimmed all the way to fucking Sydney.
And he wants to win this game right here, right now.
Yeah, and we got a mind drag attempt coming in right now.
Oh my god, Artosis.
Oh, so many zealots.
The friendly fire.
Zealots. Yeah, there's a lot of zealots in this army, and he's got those Colossus. The Colossus really good against the Marines because it's very violent against them. It reminds me of the show Peaky Blinders.
Yeah, I'm certainly peeking right now, Artosis. As the Zealots chase him back, the Colossus coming in, and that's gonna be it! GG! Epic wins game number 1.
Did you intentionally get that wrong? Vegan pie in Fear Dragon's face. We have.
Okie dokie. I'm back. We're gonna play some StarCrafts. Shockingly. Was slow pouring plan in advance? I don't think it was. I had done the ice bucket thing before when it was all the rage years ago. And when we did it, it was very quick. It was just like the quick pour everything. And it was uncomfortable, but I would not call it painful. Fear Dragon did it the way that I think it was really intended, which was a little bit slower. Although he did it way too slow. I mean, that was actually legitimately painful for more than just a couple of seconds. But you're supposed to do it a little slower, because then it actually is painful. Any plans use the same approach to change player nicknames? Well, last time we just let them choose whatever nickname they wanted. I don't know if we're going to do it again, just because it did make it a little confusing for viewers. Benji John, thank you for the 500 bitty boos. The Stunned. The Nefarious Zerg Overmind. No, I was going to read that. Okay, I don't know what the intro was.
Greetings, Executor. Though we all grieve for the loss of mighty Tassadar,
You don't think he slow bucketed it? He did it on purpose, 100%.
He sacrificed himself to destroy the Overmind, but many Zerg still rage across our ruined homeworld. Without the Conclave to lead us, or the protection of our great fleets, it seems we must fend for ourselves.
Aldaris is correct, Executor. As we have both seen, the Zerg will not halt their rampage until every last one of us is dead. I suggest that we retreat to our last functional warp gate and travel to where the Zerg cannot follow us.
With all due respect, Zeratul, the Protoss do
Are they
not
chill now?
run from their enemies.
Are they buddies?
Higher is our homeworld. It is here that we shall make our stand.
Just as your Conclave did. They are dead now, Aldaris. Dead because they allowed their pride to blind their reason. Only if we learn from their mistakes can we live to avenge them. Now, Executor, I know of a place where we can find solace. It is Shakuras, the secret homeworld of my people, the Dark Templar.
Your people? We would be seen as tyrants to them. Why would they shelter us?
Have I not pledged myself to your cause? Not all beings are as unforgiving as your lamented Conclave, Aldaris.
You are right, of course. Executor, Zeratul shall find us passage
Now
to the
Aldaris is all
warp gate.
cool.
After the gate has been secured, Phoenix and the new Praetor Artanis shall lead our surviving brethren to Shakuras.
Executor, I am Artanis. Though I have only recently been appointed Praetor, you can trust that I will uphold the honor and traditions of the Templar.
We shall see.
Hey boys, mind if we tag along? I figure heading anywhere's got to be better than staying here with the Zerg.
Commander Reyno, as ever, your assistance is appreciated. We would be honored if you joined us.
All right, team's back together. Well, not Tassadar. He's dead. Sorry. Yeah, Fear Dragon 100% purposefully slow dumped the ice bucket because he said after, he was like, yeah, I know that it's more painful when you slow it down. That's how it's supposed to be. Not that he really wanted to inflict a lot of pain, but he was saying how that's how it was supposed to be.
We should destroy these Nidus canals so as to stem the flow of Zerg reinforcements through them.
Revenge, yeah. Maybe. I did force him to get a pie in his face. He didn't actually agree to do that. Rainer's just, you know, a honorary Protoss, I guess.
There is no time to waste. We must join our brethren in battle.
Oh, I didn't control them. I see. Right. I remember this. Give me you. Nice. That was a lot saved, actually. This is StarCraft 1 campaign and StarCraft 2. Yep. Dong.
Your orders, Clara. I do this for Ire. And Taro Adun.
I feel like they're trying to tell me to be more secretive and use Zeratul more, but I'm like, whatever. Fuck your rules.
Taro Adun. I do this for Ire.
Let me save you.
It is good to see more of our brethren on the battlefield. Will be done.
Bought StarCraft 2, played the campaign, thought that was good use of money. Yeah, right? It's really how it should be. Although it also is important to note that you're one of the people who thought that that was still a good deal, even though they didn't include all the races. I mean, that was a fairly big controversy, I guess, of StarCraft 2, when they announced that they wouldn't get Zerg and Protoss as well.
Taro Adun, Zeratul. This is all that remains of our forces in this province. We have found the location of the warp gate, but there is a sizable Zerg force blocking the way.
Sizable Zerg force. I should make sure to play this very carefully.
So be it.
Yeah, not gonna do that.
I do this for Iron, your orders, Templar. I am needed. Cast Narada. And time. Will be done.
It was a super big deal. People were really convinced that it was, you know, just Blizzard getting worse. And, what's the word? Being really cheap, you know, and basically saying that it, you know, only the Terran campaign wouldn't be worth $60. And I don't know if I just, you know, in the new age video game cuck or something, but I thought it was absolutely worth $60. Cash grab. Identification kind of works, I guess, but I was definitely thinking cash grab. Maybe I should have saved the storms, actually. Well, we'll find out. Yeah. I think there will be a StarCraft 3. No.
So be it.
You know, I'd hope so, and I don't think it's actually impossible. I just don't think it'll happen.
I have located the warp gate. We must hurry and evacuate the Kali survivors before the Zerg return.
It's one of those things where, like, there might be some people who are interested, but...
Just worry about getting your people through the gate. Phoenix and I will hang back and protect our flank until everyone is through.
Did it. That was really easy, actually. That's nothing compared to the first Protoss Vanilla. Yeah, there might be some people that are interested in doing it. And I do think they'd be able to find the talent to do it as well, which I never agreed with that counterpoint some people have. I also think they could create any story they ever want. You know, people are like, oh, the story's already been told. They can do whatever they want. What I think is more likely is that even if you had some perfect scenario where someone had a story, enough RTS talent was found, Blizzard actually wanted to do it, I think, you know, then basically, you know, it'd be like 10 years from now and so many things could go wrong. New management comes in. The economy crashes. Some RTS people retire. It's been so long. Whatever. Like, it just... It would take too long for me to really believe it would happen. I think it would just be, it would start and then it'd be canceled.
The survivors from Ire have made it safely through the gate. Yet, amidst the chaos of our retreat, we lost contact with Phoenix and Raynor.
It's as inevitable as Diablo 4 was.
They may have been overrun by the Zerg.
Fear not, Artanis. Phoenix is as stalwart a warrior as I have ever known.
I want to respect your opinion,
Raynor has proven himself to be
but I heavily disagree.
I, for one, believe that they made it here safely. But while we wait for word from them, we must reconnoiter the surrounding area and find a suitable location for a more permanent settlement. Once we're situated, we can begin to search for the Dark Templar.
Also, they made StarCraft 2 for so many years, they could have made all 3 campaigns easily. I don't think that's true. I mean, I don't know anything about game development, never been a part of it. But I just don't, I feel like that's really not true. I mean, they could have done what they did in the original StarCrafts and Warcraft, I guess, which is limit the amount of missions for each race to, yeah, make StarCraft 2 Wings of Liberty have Terran, Zerg, and Protoss. But that would have also significantly changed a lot about like the writing and the pacing and the mission design. And it probably would have made the centralized hub a lot less fun if you had to consistently like change hubs, you know? I mean, I'm not going to say that Blizzard wasn't already showing signs of being kind of shitty back then, but honestly, they've always had some shitty things, like Warcraft not having the Orc campaign or whatever, right? But I think it, you know, at the point that it was released, I didn't really mind it, and 15 years later, I definitely don't mind it. For Warcraft, they have WoW, and that's probably why Warcraft 4 isn't happening. That's, you know, I see some people say that, and I think that is actually entirely the opposite of the case. I feel like because they have World of Warcraft, that would make it more likely Warcraft 4 would happen. Again, people go with this whole, like, oh, there's not enough story to tell, and it's like, they do whatever the fuck they want. World of Warcraft has already had a bajillion retcons. They could do whatever they want. They could make Warcraft 4 an entire offshoot of the Caverns of Time, but a different dimension. So you do save Arthas, and he becomes a good guy. They could do whatever the fuck they want. At no point in the history of ever, but especially the last like 40 years or something, right, has someone looked at big dollar bills and been like, oh, but we already told the story of this universe. There's no more stories to tell. That is the exact opposite of how things have been trending. But yeah, I think Warcraft 4 is more likely because Warcraft is the superior IP, I would say. Although StarCraft, I think, is underused 100%. And I'm not even trying to be a biased StarCraft player when I say that, you know. It's iconic, and they refuse to use it. It's very odd. But anyway, but also because I think Warcraft 4, they could make it more MOBA-esque. You know, kind of make it appeal a little bit more to the modern generation of gamers, a little less on the RTS side. And they could monetize it much easier with heroes and co-op and skins and all that good stuff. Because not even the fact that they have heroes as a central core and that, you know, changing their skins doesn't really, I think, change them enough to be worried about legibility, whether or not they're legible. But also because if you're going to have a lower supply count and bigger units, I think skins also work better for that too. Yeah, StarCraft 3 I don't think is as inevitable as Diablo 4. Diablo 4 was inevitable, I do agree. I remember before it was announced, some people were really concerned that Diablo was also a forgotten IP, which I think was fair enough, right? Because like not a lot was done with it after 3. But I always thought that was, you know, like if they was going to do something, it was going to be Diablo 4 because that is insanely profitable. Not as profitable as an MMO, I guess, but still. And it was a type of game that's in vogue enough. Like, no one looks at those games. I mean, what is that genre called? Action RPG or something? I don't know. What is it called? No one looks at that genre and is like, people don't play that anymore. When it really is a huge concern about RTS as we know it. Like, it is a legitimate concern that most gamers are like, I'm not going to play that again. It was good when it lasted. Do I think it's a big enough concern that, you know, StarCraft 3 wouldn't make money? No. But they wouldn't make the most money, and that's what they want to do. StarCraft Immortal. Do you guys have phones? But yeah. Apparently RTS was also just like I didn't really believe it initially, but enough people have said it that it's one of the hardest game genres to make. So it requires a ton more effort to make something good. G-House.
Honor guide me. For Adun. Gaogola. Plus I serve. Honor guide me.
Shakura's. It's purple. That's how we know it's Shakura's.
Executor, there are Zerg on Shakura's. They must have taken control of the warp gate on Ire.
Adun. Plus I serve. Honor guide me. For Adun.
Brood War campaign in StarCraft 2, yep.
Plus I serve.
Oh, I thought I was supposed to find someone. I guess I just... Yeah, okay, this is it. This is it! This is home. It doesn't have the cinematics, no. I've been playing a new 4X game that I think is quite enjoyable. Endless Legends 2. It was pretty fun. Another thing that like RTS has going against it, a lot of the things that people liked about RTS were just distilled.
I long for combat.
If you liked base building, you can play base building games. If you like micro units, you can play micro units games. Yeah, I agree. That is interesting. Ah! Help me! Help me! It was the most popular and popular genre, and every company was making an RTS back in the day.
You've returned home after these many decades, but the strange gas that followed you here seemed ill-tempered. Well met, my brother. Indeed, these creatures known as the Zerg have no regard for the sanctity of life. Once we have secured this area, I shall tell you everything I know about them in council. I'm sure the matriarch will be eager to hear your tale as well.
Executor, we have received a transmission from Raynor and Phoenix. They are still alive and are fighting to retake the warp gate on Ire. We must secure the gate on this side without delay.
For Ire, so be it, Lima.
Did we blow up Shakura's in Legacy of the Void? I don't remember.
Very well. You've not enough minerals. I'm waiting.
Yeah, and again, it's not like RTS aren't being made by even small groups of people. So that's why I always kind of push back on, like, whenever someone would be like, oh, RTS is the hardest thing to make. Like, I can accept it, but I just feel like maybe that is a little overblown as to why someone wouldn't make it. Just because there are, you know, there's like Godsworn is made by 2 people, but it's a decent RTS.
Yes.
I do think the standards are just incredibly high.
You've not enough minerals. Never. So be it. Very well.
Yeah, Stormgate's failure is absolutely damaging the RTS scene. What a colossal failure that was, too. I mean, it's actually kind of mind-boggling how much of a failure that was. Because there's games that fail, but there's, like, you know, 1,000 people that really like it, and they play it pretty reliably, but, you know, 1,000 people playing a game isn't actually that impressive, but it's 1,000 people. And most games, even, like, mediocre games, could get that. Literally 16 people were on Stormgate. Like, 2 or 3 days ago. I don't know what it is right now.
Very well.
But maybe it's a whole, the bigger they are, the harder they fall thing. Expectations are so high. Ah! That when it didn't meet those expectations, it just fell off a cliff.
Gas. So be it. For iron. I'm waiting.
Those bastards brought an overlord. That's unfair. That's illegal.
Very well. I have returned. Their G house never studio.
I think I know who you're thinking of, but he turned into a very, very bad person, and so no one likes talking about him, and no one wants to bring up his name, because then his fans, the very few that remain, are all crazy as well.
Not enough minerals. Yes. I'm waiting. Yes. So be it. Yes. Lost my life for ire. Emma Zanesh. Studio. I'm waiting. Zanesh Gorina. I'm waiting. So Zanesh Gorina. Upgrade complete. Yes. I'm waiting.
I can build so much stuff in the initial Brood War missions. It's crazy. Maybe that needs 5.
Upgrade complete. Boss, I serve. Yes.
It's amazing how much you don't have to worry about SimCity when it's StarCraft 2.
Yes.
Don't need a dark shrine. Ooh. Ooh. So fancy.
Very well. SC2. I'm receiving for the island. Yes.
I forgot about those. And how good they are.
Research complete. I have returned. Very well. Very well. So be it. Decided. Said I have returned.
I don't know if we have enough to finish the mission. It's a maybe. This is mass recall. Downloadable mod. Like StarCraft 1 and StarCraft 2. I need Kydarian ammo, fuck.
There is no sign of Phoenix or Raynor. They must still be on Ire.
I heed thy call. It shall be done.
Spread.
Steep thy pity. I love your hearts. Your hearts. Steep thy pity. Steep thy pity. Set. Steep thy pity. Set.
Stupid Dragoons aim move doesn't work. No. Who is? It's currently active, or just any of them? Jaedong. Yeah, this intelligence AI actually splits. It's still not enough for her to win. Ugh. Had to be it, right? Many more bases they could fit in this map, man.
Executor, my crew and I will remain here on Ire and shut the gate down.
This
on
was
this
mission
side.
2 of Brood War.
It's the only way to make sure that the Zerg won't send more reinforcements to Shakuras.
You will be hopelessly outnumbered. And once the gate is shut down, there will be no one to save you should you be overrun.
Because he was bold in Brood War.
Yeah, well, I'm a man of action. What can I say?
I shall remain with Raynor as well, Executor. My duty is to Ire after all.
Farewell then, brave warriors. We will send through all the troops we can spare.
Thanks. You kids just remember to play nice from now on, okay? Wish us luck.
This is a much easier Protoss campaign than vanilla.
I am Rashagal, matriarch of the Dark Templar, and I welcome you and your companions to our world. Zeratul has informed me of the fall of Ire, and I am deeply grieved. I am one of the few Dark Templar old enough to remember our ancestral home with clarity. Yet no matter how tragic the circumstances, it is clear that fortune has reunited our people. We Dark Templar
A woman in charge? How
Ire,
woke is this game?
nor the Conclave's sins against us. But you and your companions are no longer of the Conclave. The example set by your fallen hero, Tassadar, has shown you that when the light and dark sides of our energies are united, our power is undeniable.
But Matriarch, the Zerg who have followed us here are unlike any enemy the Protoss have ever known.
You speak the truth, Judicator. And yet, there lies a dormant power here that can help us to scour the Zerg from Shakuras forever. Long ago, we Dark Templar were a nomadic people. But when we found a remarkable monument upon this world, we decided to remain here to study it. We discovered that the enormous structure is actually an ancient Zelnaga temple, dedicated to the race that sired us all. The temple is situated above a nexus of powerful cosmic energies. If we were to access those energies...
Then we should strike now while the Zerg still muster their forces.
Alas, we cannot. In order to properly channel the energies of the temple, we will need the twin crystals, Urash and Callus, that legends say were separated many ages ago. The Urash is laced with pure Templar energies, while the Callus is comprised of dark Templar energy. Only by using these two crystals in unison can we hope to channel the potent energies of the temple.
Then it is clear that we must retrieve these crystals, wherever they may be.
Agreed. But first, we must deal with the Zerg and their two Cerebrates who have already taken up station around the temple itself. To arms, my children. Scour the temple grounds of this foul infestation.
Sounds easy enough.
Remember, young Templar, Cerebrates can be killed only by Dark Templar weapons and energies. My brethren will make short work of any Cerebrate.
It does, typically, yes. StarCraft 2 makes the Brood War campaigns much easier. But the Protoss Mission 2, in like 7 or something, were weirdly difficult.
We will deploy our
In vanilla.
Corsairs to compensate for their defenses.
Hey, it's a Corsair.
Let us attack.
Finally, I don't have to build scouts against Minas. Smart targeting. I like how they put the little zoom effect in with its audio. You can't just say something, you gotta hear the vroom. That's the Corsair too.
Confirm you must construct additional pylons. Initiated.
That was go.
Ready for battle.
Oh, that's just a basic attack. Oh. Oh.
Command. I'm waiting. Transmit Zerash. Yes. I thought you took my way. No. Yes. Not Zerash.
Ah! Not nearly as stupid as it's supposed to be, though.
I'm waiting. Zerash Guida. Very well.
We should probably play StarCraft 2 then. Yes, agreed.
Very well. So be it.
Hopefully you don't forget how stressful it is, though.
At last. My life for Iron.
That's a decent amount of units.
Yes. For Iron. Let us attack. I'm waiting. I stand here. Yes. Gee, ready for battle.
Yeah.
I'm ready for battle. Let us attack.
Tomorrow is Final Fantasy Tactics Day. That's true. I don't know how I'm gonna fit in playing it though. Nice of them to give me a Templar Archive. So you guys want me to build DTs.
Upgrade complete.
You're gonna get it on PS3? I'm thinking I'm gonna get it on Switch actually.
My life for ire.
Can you get it? I'm confused. Don't you still have to buy the new game though? Ah, Jesus, I don't have. Oh wait, only by Juku got solo.
So be it. Yes, I'm waiting. Facade it
I'm not a super big fan of the whole island map situation we got. I heard something and I realized it was my cat snoring.
Research complete. You require more Vespene gas.
I can make an observer.
You require more Vespene gas.
I did not play Parasite Eve. You know, I feel like I tried playing it for some reason, but much later than it was released, and then the controls were so whack, I was like, this isn't fun. So I gave up on it.
What man calls, I heed thy call. My life for ire. Serach, Cassandra Upgrade complete. Upgrade complete.
You must place that in a power field.
I heed thy calls.
What is the observer sound effect?
My life for ire. The enemy.
And why don't they just give the observer an upgrade for surveillance mode?
As I do, it shall I heed thy call.
All the Brood War things.
Oh, at last.
Armament neutron flare. At least that's the skin.
It is a good day to die. I stand ready.
Okay, they automatically get disruption wood.
Let us attack.
I was a little worried.
I don't enjoy it.
I guess I should start building my massive amount of shuttles that I need. Stupid island map.
I heed thy call. Your thoughts. My life for ire. I long for
Are you not really? It's not.
Your thoughts.
Oh, they already gave us shuttle speed? Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess shuttles did appear.
Complete. It shall be done. I heed thy call.
So there's orange and purple. Who do we hate the most?
It shall be done.
Orange.
I heed thy call.
Now kiss. Good job. Hey, you guys just attacked. That's not fair. These cracklings.
My life for ire. You decided to hurry.
3 shuttles.
I stand ready.
Your thoughts.
Let us attack.
This doesn't feel like a lot, though.
I stand ready. Excellent.
Okay, good enough.
I heed thy call. I heed thy call.
Ready for battle. Hard life.
Your warriors have engaged the enemy.
Oh, shit.
May I be of service? I thought ships in
We are under attack.
Oh, we're gonna lose that base. Hopefully I don't need them dirt. Rip.
You must construct additional.
Oh, do I have a DT? I have 1 DT.
You must construct additional pylon. My life for up. My life for
No! I think this 1DC alive. Or remake one.
You've not enough minerals.
Why didn't that build?
Vespene geyser exhausted.
I stand ready. Your thoughts.
With us. Oh no, he's still alive. Oh. Still swinging away. Way to go, buddy.
Depleted.
This guy kill this and we're good. Oh, did he kill it? Dragoons might have gotten a credit. Oh, it's Kerrigan. Look, guys. It's a teeny little bitty teeny weeny Kerrigan. Look at her butt wiggle.
Well done, mighty Protoss. I'm glad to see that you all are as violent as ever.
Kerrigan, what mockery is this?
Relax, warriors. Despite what you may think, I haven't come here to fight you.
This is laughable. Do you truly expect us to believe that your intentions here are honorable? That these Zerg here are not under
It is a
your
waddle,
sway?
isn't it?
Look, the Cerebrats you've killed were my enemies as well. If you let me explain, I'm sure you'll understand.
You are the enemy of all who live, Kerrigan. What makes you think we would have anything to do with you?
Because, Zeratul, I bring news of an event that threatens us all. If you'd be so good as to escort me back to your citadel, I'll tell you everything I know.
Why'd you just say it here?
Well, Kerrigan.
What's wrong
We
with
shall
you?
hear what you have to say. But be warned, we will not suffer your treachery here.
Oh, you will, though. Oh, you very much will. How foolish are they to trust Kerrigan? Fools. Iraj backwards is Jaru. I don't think that does anything.
Now then, Kerrigan. Perhaps you had best explain yourself. What is this news you've come to give?
There is a new Overmind growing on Char.
What? Impossible. Why should we believe anything you have to say?
Because, Zeratul, I'm no longer the mindless murderess whom you fought on Char. The Overmind is dead. Whatever warped control it once had over me is gone. I know that this is a lot to take in all at once, but you've got to believe me. There's more at stake here than...
She lies. She is infested to the core. I, for one, will not listen to any of this.
Silence, Judicator. Continue, Kerrigan.
Apparently, many of the renegade cerebrates commanded
He's
by
left the
Dagoth
call.
have merged into a new overmind. Fortunately, the creature is still in its infant stages. It can't control the swarm yet, but Dagoth and the others still have control over most of the broods. The 2 cerebrates you killed here were part of Dagoth's forces. Look, I don't need to tell you all what might happen if that thing reaches maturity. I can guarantee you that should it awaken, it'll take full control of me, just like it did before. I don't want that to happen, and I'm pretty sure you don't want it to happen either.
Even if what you say is true, our priority is to save this world, not assault the new Overmind. We must find the crystals Urash and Kalis before we are all vanquished.
Then I'll help you with your search. If you can defeat the renegade Zerg gathered here, it'll weaken the efforts of Dagoth and his ilk.
My children, you must put aside your fears and misgivings to accomplish what must be done. For the time being, Kerrigan will assist you in your endeavors. Though she has been your enemy, it is enough that we share the same agenda now. Allow her time enough to prove herself to you, and you may find her to be a valued ally.
Man, is she already corrupted or something?
For now, you must focus on the task.
Immediately
at hand.
going to bat for Kerrigan?
Search for the Urash on the planet Braxis, and let nothing stop you from recovering it.
We will do what you ask.
I'm getting
Matriarch,
anxious. There's a lot to do before
but
Safe
you
House 2.
cannot expect us to forgive Kerrigan's crimes against our race. Executor, prepare our forces. We shall debark for the planet Braxis before the next moonrise.
Yeah, there's an option to play some of these hero missions in third person, but since I already don't like how much it's not allowed me to base build, playing a third person thing doesn't sound much more fun. How much fun am I having compared to Warcraft 3? I mean, Warcraft 3 was fun. I mean, some of them were not fun, and I really didn't like the Rexar stuff. But yeah, I mean, I guess StarCraft is more fun. That's why I play it over Warcraft 3. Fuck this particular Terran. Fuck him. This is our base now. Get lost. He's a Reaver. He's iconic. But he is not in StarCraft.
Explain something to me, Zeratul. Why would your people leave such a sacred crystal in the hands of these Terrans?
We didn't. Long ago, this world was a Protoss colony called Kirador. When the strife between our tribes escalated, this planet and the Urash crystal were abandoned. These Terrans had come here only recently.
Protoss is so advanced, but there's a lot of things that are not advanced about them. Not just the Reaver and his little crawly hands.
I'm listening.
Cloak, snare.
Executor, We have a problem. Our warp matrix was damaged during transit. Because of the extensive damage, we will be unable to warp in stargates to this location.
Ugh, no Corsairs. I hope they don't have mutas.
Yes, sir.
That mineral patch is bugged.
I'm listening. On my way. Yes.
Yeah! They're so smart.
All right.
They can scan. Oh, is it just pure Terran on this map then? Okay, yeah, I guess I don't need Corsairs then. Unless the Wraiths give me trouble. Get him, Reavers. Fuck.
What is it now?
Reavers are so good.
What is it?
Well, I'm not rebuilding them yet. I did save some of them from being used all on the buildings.
I'm listening. Yes,
Eh?
Cerebrate.
Hello, cutie. I don't want to kill you. I don't care if it gives me a reward.
Yes. I'm listening.
All life is precious. Proceeds to go kill a bunch of Terran.
Yes, Cerebrate. I'm listening.
Can I consume units?
What is it?
No. Emails Carrigan? No. No consume for her. But she'll slowly heal up. She is healing.
You've not enough minerals.
You must place that in a power field.
What is it now?
What is the point of that, by the way? Why? Is it so I kill that thing?
What is it now? All right.
You've not enough minerals.
Stargates aren't allowed.
You've not enough minerals.
I also can't build anything on the upgrades. Can you build a fleet beacon? I can't. Ah.
You've not enough minerals. You've not enough minerals.
This is the Citadel of Adun. How you get legs in Templar Archives.
My life for ire. What now cause? Item needed. Transmitted. Item. Upgrade complete.
looks like a good amount of probes, but I just don't feel like I'm getting that many minerals. How many leg days zealots do? Maybe that's the problem. Maybe they were like... Cat Bertino, thank you for the 28 months. Epic gamer moment.
Yes, sir.
I haven't said any curse words. No, they got cloak. Why are you not a detector?
What is it now? I'm listening.
This is in the future, so maybe Terrans did use cryptocurrency for a little while, and then it destroyed their whole race.
My life for ire. I long for community instructions.
She's a defector, not a detector. Reavers sound so sad, but so cute. Hello, Apollo. How did you all have to use them? Ooh, thanks. What the fuck is the ghost doing up there?
Research complete.
Rude.
My life for ire. My life for ire. What now of you? You must construct
We built it already.
It shall be done.
No! Stupid ghost, I hate you. No, I didn't make Grandmaster.
You've not enough minerals.
Why?
It shall be
Just cause? Just cause you can?
my path.
Is that why?
Your thoughts. Sarah. Your thoughts. What thou call.
I mean, I play decently fast, I guess. Definitely not the fastest. Could be.
I heed thy call. Upgrade complete.
Sometimes I play team games, but I've really been playing a lot of StarCraft.
As I do. Esau too. I heed thy call. Stop. Steal thy bidding. I heed thy call.
Are they all missing? Sorry,
It shall be. I heed thy your thoughts.
This bastard went and rebuilt a fucking bunker. And barracks!
My life for iron. Sarah. Steal thy bidding. What now? I heed thy call.
Oh, that's a ramp! Ah! I did not identify that as a ramp.
I heed thy call. My path. Set your thoughts. I heed thy call. Sarah, steal thy bidding. You think as I do. It shall be done.
Stop rebuilding.
I lost. I heed them. Steal thy bidding. Not enough minerals.
God damn it, Reavers.
My life for iron. Decided Clarin. You've not enough minerals. Your promise I heed thy call. It shall be done.
Hello.
Mineral field depleted. Sarah, I heed thy call. Steal thy bidding.
And a bit more of everything. Sons of bitches.
My life for iron. You think as I. My life decided Clarin. You must construct additional pylons. enough minerals. My life for hire.
Ooh, where should I go next?
I long for steam thy bidding. But you must construct additional pylons.
Here we go. Oh, I need a high ground vision. Tanks on a ramp, tanks on a ramp, tanks on a ramp.
It shall be done.
Tanks off the ramp. I don't know if nobody uses them. It just feels much wiser to just leave them at home so they don't accidentally die.
My path is yours. My life for hire. Steam thy bidding. Stop. You think as I do. This mercy.
My drip alive, yay. A little too much, I guess. Targeting my High Templars and everything. Jesus.
You think as I do.
Don't they respond to this mod? I don't think so. No. There might be a toggle that I missed, but I don't even remember a toggle existing for that.
I heed thy call, your thoughts. I heed thy call. My life for hire. My life for hire.
Not you, Kerrigan.
My life for hire. It shall.
Put it. Oof. Poor Reavers. Yeah, I never really thought Dragoons were all that cool, but it really feels like I'm in the minority for that. Crystals up here.
Mineral field depleted.
Oops. Didn't actually mean to bring her down this far, but that's fine. Okay, there's a bit more than I was expecting left. I don't have an observer. God damn it.
Engaging flow. Transmitted.
I did try rebuilding them, but I think we just run into the turrets. I'm mad.
Upgrade complete. Your warriors have engaged the enemy.
I really need the Reavers, but...
I'm listening.
Instructions.
Yes. I'm listening. All right. Yes, Senator.
Your warriors have engaged the enemy. Eye for ire. Engaging fire. Locked up.
Did we do enough now? Can I just send her to it? Good stuff.
The crystal's here, boys. Send in a probe to gather it up, and our work here is done.
You have done well, Kerrigan. There's more to you than it seems. Perhaps I have misjudged you.
Given our history,
Totally.
I can't say I blame you.
She's
Let's just
so
get the
nice
job
now.
done.
She's gonna help us forever and ever. She'll never betray us again. That's what I learned. I learned to trust her with all my heart. She friend. Now, that was the last mission for me for today. Started off by casting an open cup, so 4 missions, a brood war. Which went by fairly quickly. Thanks for watching. Thanks for sticking around, guys. Up a tree, still doing his subathon, I think. So we can go ahead and raid him. Go sub to him so that he has to stream for even longer. Bye, guys.